of Agriculture and Animal Resources and the chairperson of IACO, and also Mr. Cloud Bizimana, the Executive Director of the National Agriculture Export Board, for the support and involvement in the organization of hosting this 61st Annual General Assembly. It is indeed my great pleasure to address you at my first Annual General Assembly as the new Secretary General of IACO. I took up this assignment 6 months ago and have been warmly welcomed by the member states and the staff at the Secretariat. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the member states for nominating me to lead this organization. I also wish to thank my predecessor, Dr. Fred Kauma, for the smooth transition and his outstanding contribution to the IACO Secretariat and the coffee sector in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization is one of the oldest intergovernmental organizations in Africa and was created on the 7th December 1960 by 11 African heads of state and governments to study the problems relating to the Africa coffee value chain. The international forums, the organization was expected to play an important advocacy role for member states in international forums, including the International Coffee Organization, with a focus to defend the interests of the African coffee producers. Today, IACO is made up of the African 25 coffee-producing countries with an estimated 53% of the rural populations involved in coffee growing. Despite the small contribution of African producers to the global coffee market, which is currently estimated at about 10%, coffee is still a vital contributor to our foreign exchange earnings and accounts for a significant proportion of tax income and the GDP for IACO member states. Sadly, for several years now, the coffee subsector in Africa has been encumbered by a number of interrelated constraints along the value chain, especially those pertaining to farm-level production, productivity, value addition, and brand visibility. Worse still, these challenges, which we all know, have been further exacerbated by restrictions triggered by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite this, efforts are being undertaken by IACO member states to address some of the key constraints in the coffee subsector, as well as explore the potential to increase Africa's market contribution to the crop and its producers. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with these efforts, IACO has adopted a new agreement at the 60th Annual General Assembly, held virtually from Accra, Ghana, in November 2020. The agreement is currently in the process of ratification by the respective member states. Please allow me to take this opportunity to thank the member states that have commenced the ratification process and are in the process of signing and depositing the instruments with the custodian in Addis Ababa. Some of the key elements to the agreement aimed at addressing the issue of value addition is the inclusion of the African coffee-consuming countries and the recognition of the significant role of the private sector groups in the development of the coffee value chain. Most significantly, under this agreement, IACO will focus on two strategic approaches, and these include the promotion of domestic coffee consumption within the continent and market access and new partnerships in the consuming member states. This is in line with my vision statement, which I presented to member states before my nomination and is anchored on a new IACO initiative labeled Drink African Coffee, Build Africa, commonly known as DACBA. The implementation of this initiative is expected to boost domestic consumption of coffee and improve the revenue and livelihood of the African coffee farmers. This initiative has been embraced in Côte d'Ivoire and will be jointly implemented by the Coffee and Council Authority there, together with the private sector associations, the sports associations, universities, banks, multinationals, and state-owned enterprises. This initiative will be the major focus of the IACO strategic plan in the short and medium term and will eventually be rolled out to all the member states. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing COVID pandemic, IACO remains very optimistic on the future of the coffee industry in Africa. I wish to highlight that some of the positive trends, opportunities, and initiatives being undertaken, for instance, include half of the coffee consumption in Africa is still imported in the form of finished products, and therefore this gap is an opportunity for the increased production of value addition. Africa has a very young population. According to the 2019 UN demographic report, 41% of the African population is under 15 years old. 56% are between 15 and 64 years. This is key for any future economic growth globally. African economies have higher growth rates and returns on investment in view of the young workforce and conducive policies initiated by governments to attract investment. The increasing number of cafes and other retail outlets serving different blends of coffee in several African cities is very, very encouraging. The creation also of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is an opportunity to develop inter-regional coffee trade, conduct studies, and generate data on local coffee consumption in Africa. IACO is expected to sign an MOU with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area by December this year. The IACO ICO Promotion Fund has also provided support to member states in its efforts to promote domestic consumption, targeting the youth in universities. We have already launched 2 coffee houses in Kenya and Togo, and many more are on the way, and this will be the core mission in the next few years. At the same time, IACO is collaborating with the African Union to have coffee recognized as a strategic commodity for the continent, and this is expected to create more demand and visibility of the product in the region. So we're also collaborating with financial institutions in advancing the establishment of the Africa Coffee Facility Fund. So these are some of the initiatives that we're undertaking in an effort to fulfill this initiative under the DACBA. Now, the theme for this year, we believe, IACO believes, that there is need for Africa to strengthen the coffee value chain for a sustainable development of the economy and improve living incomes of African producers. This will require a multi-stakeholder approach driven by national coffee authorities that advocate for conducive policies and align their strategic plans with the private sector in the entire coffee value chain. IACO is committed to fostering this purposeful and robust private partnership in the coffee sector. This is between all stakeholders along the value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by once again expressing my sincere gratitude to the host government and the local organizing committee led by the chairperson of IACO and the CEO of NAEB, all our delegates from the IACO member states, all our invited guests, our invitation to this year's, who have honored us with their invitation to this year's meeting. I wish to assure you that IACO is dedicated and ready to continue to support all coffee stakeholders in the creation and development of a coffee drinking culture in Africa. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. And now we'll ask kindly Mr. Abba Ofon, who's a representative of the President of the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, for a few statements. Thank you.
I'm not as tall as Ambassador Ortega, so I've got to bring the microphone slightly lower. Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished presenters, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be able to make this statement on behalf of Professor Benedict Rama, who is the president of the African Export-Import Bank, headquartered in Cairo. And it is indeed a pleasure to be able to join you on the occasion of the 14th IACO General Assembly and 9th African Coffee Symposium. And I'd like to sincerely thank our hosts, the government of Rwanda, and the entire leadership of IACO for associating Afrexim Bank with this august and critical event. Permit me as well to congratulate Ambassador Solomon Rutega, who has taken over the mantle of leadership of IACO from the very eminent Dr. Fred Kawuma. Afrexim Bank looks forward to having an equally constructive relationship with you towards building value in Africa's coffee sector. The theme of this year's meeting, strengthening the coffee value chain for sustainable development of the economy and improved living incomes of African producers, is really firmly in sync, not only with the strategic focus of Afrexim Bank, but also the overall agenda of African governments and the AU to promote commodity-led industrialization under the continent's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Indeed, the importance of the coffee sector in Africa cannot be overemphasized, both in terms of export earnings and generating income for African producers. I mean, across primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors, the industry generates direct income and employment from producing coffee beans through to processing, roasting, marketing for domestic consumption and for exports. For instance, in Ethiopia, which is obviously the 6th largest coffee producer, the industry employs approximately 15 million people and accounts for around 1/4 of the country's total annual exports. And here in Rwanda, around 400,000 smallholder farmers are engaged in coffee farming, producing about 21,000 tons, which earned the country over $60 million in the last fiscal year in terms of export earnings. But we can do better. We really can do better. Although coffee originated from this continent, its performance, its fortunes, like most other commodity sectors, have been nothing but patchy. And that is in spite of Africa being home to some of the highest quality coffee varieties, like the famous Ethiopian Yegachef, Sidamo Ohara beans. Yet the sector, as you all know, is characterized by a large yield gap, suggesting that the potential to further improve quality and yields is actually tremendous. The dividends in terms of growth and poverty reduction from further processing coffee are substantial, really substantial. And it is acknowledged that most of the constraints that lock the coffee sector into low productivity and earnings are associated with market coordination and suboptimal policies. And for us at Afrexim Bank, this is actually quite important. For me especially, working within the export advisory unit, this is extremely critical. And therefore, to address these constraints and put the sector on a higher growth trajectory, there must be proactive interventions by all stakeholders. And that is really key, that the interventions should be proactive if we really are to increase the continent's share of the global coffee market. Distinguished delegates, the successful promotional activities of other coffee-producing countries like Guatemala and Jamaica show how a brand image can be created in the market. And these promotional activities should aim at differentiating African coffee from competing origins based on a perceived competitive advantage for the consumer. And I am really enthused that the Secretary General really articulated the Drink Africa coffee. And so we do believe that we can make made in Africa coffee synonymous with well-balanced flavors and aromas, and that the continent can actually be a reliable and long-term supplier of quality branded coffee. Just going into my last section here, and just to say that at Afreximbank, we are convinced that the continent can turn its demographic dynamic, again, which was mentioned, into a demographic dividend. So think about this. In the next 20 years, the majority of Africa's rapidly growing population will be in urban areas. Thus, you have nearly 600 million people on the continent who will have daily access to formal markets and retail outlets. This increasingly young and cash-conscious population is generating a huge and untapped market, and the largest increase in demand is likely to occur in the processed food and beverage industry, for which revenues are expected to increase by, wait for it, $120 billion over the next decade. So the coffee sector must not let this market slip from its grasp. And Afreximbank stands as a ready partner for Africa's coffee sector. So just a few initiatives that we have launched to bring this all together. So for instance, the bank is financing and facilitating the creation of industrial parks and export processing zones across Africa, with a focus on light manufacturing, including agro-processing. And it is premised on the fact that light manufacturing can spur an industrial revolution in Africa. The bank is also facilitating the emergence of internationally accredited quality infrastructure across Africa that provide testing, inspection, and certification services, as well as training in conformity assessment under the Africa Quality Assurance Center's IACO initiative. And I think this, for me, is quite important, because the SG talked about market access, but as you would concur, most times our products are not able to access foreign markets, even regional markets, because of conformity, phytosanitary constraints as well. So the bank is actually financing testing and certification centers. And the pilot center is actually being constructed as we speak in Ogun State in Nigeria. But we're also looking at facilitating the construction of testing centers in Tanzania, in Egypt, and in Ethiopia that will focus on agro-processing and also on textiles. And I know this is going to be very important for some of you here, and so it's quite important for me to state this as well, which is that the bank has this year launched an Africa SME development program, because oftentimes the talk is that the bank only finances big projects, but we have now launched an SME development program. So therefore, micro, small and medium-sized enterprises can actually come to the bank for funding and access that window of financing. And lastly, and more specifically, the bank has actually been engaged with IACO to discuss the Africa Coffee Facility, which is actually modeled on our AfriCoin, which is all about financing and facilitating the entire value chain from production through to processing, through to marketing and to market access. And we believe that we can carry on with those conversations. You know, the challenges presented by the pandemic are a reminder that we need to work collaboratively to decommoditize Africa's coffee exports and promote African manufacturing and intra-African trade as a preventative measure against exogenous terms of trade shocks. And in so doing, we will build a vibrant, productive, and efficient coffee value chain, one which lives up to the needs of the millions of Africans engaged in the sector. I wish you very successful deliberations, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ofon. And now we have, I believe, a pre-recorded video presentation sent to us by Mr. José Setz, who's Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization. Roll the video, please.
Her Excellency, Dr. Gerardine Mukeshimana, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda and Chairperson of IACO. Ambassador Solomon Rutega, Secretary General of IACO. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my dear friends from Africa, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to have been invited to address the 61st Annual General Assembly of IACO and its associated 9th African Coffee Symposium, although I am disappointed that previously scheduled engagements prevent me from joining you in person at this prestigious event. Madam Chairperson, the IACO has always been a close and reliable partner of the ICO in finding ways to address the challenges facing coffee-producing countries. It has participated actively in the work of the International Coffee Organization for many years, contributing to the implementation and success of programs to improve the conditions of coffee farmers. Over the past 4 decades, we have seen a fundamental transformation of the world of coffee. There has been a paradigm shift in the political economy of the coffee market, away from regulation and towards liberalization. Today, coffee farmers operate in a free market that provides opportunities to prosper and grow, but also brings with it new challenges, such as price volatility and the impact of climate change. In this market-based environment, the coordination of the efforts of our 2 organizations to support the coffee industry in producing countries, particularly in Africa, has become more vital than ever. This is of particular importance since we face increasing challenges. Before talking about Africa in particular, I would like to take a brief look at the wider context in which we operate, the world coffee market. Looking back on where we were just 18 months ago, I have 2 reasons for feeling increasingly confident that the worst is behind us. The first reason is the evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic. Globally, COVID-related deaths are at their lowest level in the last 12 months. In London, where the ICO has its headquarters, movement restrictions have been relaxed and life is gradually returning to normal. Let's hope that this trend will continue and spread around the world. Although world coffee consumption may have fallen slightly as a result of COVID-19, coffee is now well placed to make a recovery as pandemic restrictions are eased. The positive trend in consumption is driven by 3 long-term factors. First, the rising demand in coffee-producing countries. Second, strong growth in consumption in emerging markets of non-producing countries. And finally, by increasingly dynamic traditional markets. Overall, world consumption is expected to continue growing with positive opportunities for ensuring coffee growers a living and prosperous income. The second reason for my optimism is the current high level of coffee prices. I am sure you are all aware of the severe frost that devastated Brazil's coffee growing regions in July. As a result of the damage inflicted by that frost, coffee prices have spiked dramatically from the low levels that prevailed in recent years. Arabica coffees are now trading at their highest level since 2012, and Robusta coffee is trading at prices that have not been seen since 2017. The shortage of coffee triggered by the Brazilian frost is likely to persist for some time, at least 2 years or even longer. Meanwhile, I would like to inject a word of caution. Although current price levels are encouraging for coffee growers, the escalation of costs caused by rising prices of inputs, the reduction in the availability of labor for farm activities in certain producing countries, plus the decreasing availability of land due to global warming are important limiting factors to production. Coffee is a labor-intensive crop with little mechanization in many producing countries, and global urban wages are increasing. Experience shows us also that coffee prices are subject to long-term cycles, so we must not fall into the trap of thinking that today's high prices will persist indefinitely. Farmers must use the good times today to organize their operations and improve their productivity in order to prepare themselves for lower prices in the future. To summarize, the reduction in supply caused by frost and the recovery in world consumption should help maintain a tight supply and demand balance, supporting current price levels for some time. Madam Chair, let's turn now to Africa. Before becoming an international commodity traded in many countries worldwide, coffee was native to Africa. The economic performance and development prospects of many countries in the continent are tied to commodity exports. In most African countries, coffee provides a particularly important share of export earnings, and a considerable number of growers who depend on coffee for their livelihood are often hit by the sharp swings in prices as experienced over the last 3 years. It is up to you, African countries, to take advantage of this powerful opportunity to close the living income gap and create prosperity for your farmers, to build resilient coffee landscapes, and to implement active participation of African stakeholders is expected to identify concrete projects for funding, particularly issues related to the living income of coffee growers and to gender. The task force will soon generate an important product, the Coffee Market Development Toolkit. This new guide, sponsored by the German Development Agency, will update and expand the work of the ICO's step-by-step guide to promoting coffee consumption, so as to include emerging trends and stimulate demand for coffee. This toolkit will be launched next year and will be a valuable resource for African countries. Madam Chair, as Executive Director, I must think of the future in terms of the potential role of the ICO and the way in which international cooperation can be a constructive force for the common good. Members of the ICO have set up a working group on the future of the International Coffee Agreement, which is discussing the future of our organization. We have noted positive developments showing a predominant desire that the great coffee family should stay united to address the challenges facing our sector. Governments and industry in member countries must determine the precise role of the organization. I therefore encourage the active involvement of African members in this ongoing process. In conclusion, I would like to say how grateful I am to IACO and all its members for the many years of partnership, frank cooperation, and strong support the ICO and I have enjoyed. I am particularly grateful for the warm relationship developed with Fred Kawuma during his term in office as Secretary General, and I'm sure that this close connection will continue under his successor, Ambassador Solomon Rutega. Regrettably, this is the last time I will be addressing the African coffee community as Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization, since my term in office will end next year. I leave you with many fond memories of our work together, even though recent years have been extremely challenging, especially in terms of low prices. I am sure that you will provide my successor with the same strong support in the future so that our organizations can continue to evolve side by side.
And now we have a live presentation coming from Her Excellency Madame Josefa Leonel Correo-Sacco, who's the Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. You can put her on.
Your Excellency, Ali Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Ethiopia, Excellencies Minister Present, Ambassador Solomon Rutega, Secretary General of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, participants from the private sector, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. On behalf of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, it gives me great pleasure to address this 61st edition of the Inter-African Coffee Organization event taking place in this beautiful city of Kigali, Rwanda, and I thank the government of Rwanda for hosting this event. Coffee is no doubt one of the world's most popular beverage and second most traded commodity after crude oil. More than 2.6 billion cups of coffee are consumed every day, and over 120 million people live off the coffee value chain worldwide. The coffee trade amounted to $30 billion in 2019, representing 0.17% of the total world trade. Coffee is produced by over 60 countries in the world. The main coffee producers are Brazil, Vietnam, and Colombia. These three countries produce about 56% of the total world coffee in 2019. Africa grows about 11% of the total global coffee production in 2019. The main coffee producers in Africa are Ethiopia, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, Madagascar, and Tanzania. These five countries produce about 76% of the total coffee production in Africa and exported coffee worth about $1.65 billion in the year 2019. The good news also is that two African producers have broken into the rank of the major 10 producers in the world, which are Ethiopia at the 5th position and Uganda at 7th position. Despite the declining fortunes of the commodity in Africa in recent years, coffee is no doubt among the key crop for economic growth, development, and livelihood improvement in many African countries. It is a commodity in which Africa seems to have a clear comparative advantage, and currently 25 African countries are all members of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. For some of these countries, it is the primary source of exports revenue, and on average account for more than 30% of their total export earning, and a vital contributor to the GDP and the tax revenue. A significant number of people also derive their livelihood from coffee production. In Ethiopia, Africa's leading coffee producer, close to a quarter of the population derives their livelihood from coffee production, marketing, and export. In Uganda, the continent's second major coffee producer, 500,000 smallholders produce coffee, which is also the primary source of income for 2.5 million people, or 7% of the population, 8% of the population rather. This is no denying the fact that African coffee sector is underperforming, and we need to revive the sector. It is for this reason that the African Union, under my stewardship, is working to recognize coffee as a strategic commodity in Africa, and IACO as a specialized agency of the African Union. Let me elucidate briefly on some of the issues mitigating against coffee which this meeting should strive to address. Across East Africa, for instance, there are more than 5 million coffee farmers, the vast majority of them smallholders. Most of these farmers live in poverty, typically for 3 reasons. The small size of their farms limits the number of coffee trees that they can cultivate. The trees they do have yield relatively few coffee cherries, and the coffee cherries they produce are sold at unpredictable and generally low price in the market. But it does not have to be this way. While increasing farm size may not be an option, productivity can be increased through improved climate-smart farming technique to mitigate climate change, which is becoming more frequent and taking a toll on the commodity. Contributing to the resilience of smallholder coffee farmers is imperative to create a sustainable coffee sector in Africa. The dark side of the coffee business is that some of those farmers who grow the crop, the women who harvest the beans, and those who pack the more than 140 million bags of coffee produced each year are not benefiting from the large profit generated at the top of the value chain. Coffee commodity price reaches new low in 2019 before recovering slightly, and the pain was felt in the low price paid to producers. In Africa, a region renowned for the variety and quality of its specialty coffee, small-scale production and high costs meant that low commodity price resulted in losses or unsustainably low earnings for farmers. More than 90% of the coffee in Africa is exported as a raw product, with most of the added value transformation taking place in developed countries. On a fraction of global earning, estimated as less than 1%, remains in the hand of the farmers. We must change this narrative taking advantage of the newly minted African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The implication is that we need to support our farmers to add value to their crops. Not just selling the green beans, but by roasting and packaging their coffee, even selling it under their own brand. That is the way forward. We already have few cases of successful farms in East Africa who are working on initiatives to promote roasting facilities and encourage local coffee consumption. The private sector must step in the big time. We need to devise mechanism to empower women in the coffee value chain to earn considerable less income than men in the sector by increasing their access to resources, including land and finance, supporting them to access the coffee market, participate in coffee cooperative, take a leadership role, and make change to decision-making dynamics with households so they can have more say over the profit generated from their efforts. I wish you all wonderful deliberation, and I thank you for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado.
We now move towards the key part of the opening session. A key reminder that for those who are using translation, channel 1 is for English, channel 2 French, channel 3 Kinyarwanda. I'll now ask, with her permission, the Honorable Dr. Geraldine Mukeshimana, IACO Chairperson and Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, to please deliver us her opening remarks on that stage, please. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Your Excellency Mariam Desalegn, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia and IACO patron, honorable ministers, Ambassador Simon Lotega, the Secretary General for IACO. I want to recognize the presence of NAEB Chairperson and CEO of NAEB. Dear delegates from IACO member states, colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, I am pleased to extend a cordial welcome to Kigali to all of you who are attending this meeting both physically and virtually. I want you to feel home, and it's a great pleasure to be your host. And thank you so much for attending the 2021 annual meetings for the Inter-African Coffee Organization. And this specific year, we are going to be looking at strengthening the coffee value chain for sustainable development of the economy and improving living incomes of coffee producers. The IACO annual meetings bring together ministers and senior officials from IACO member states, as well as other invited guests, to deliberate on various matters that are touching the African coffee value chains. In Rwanda, we have a rich tradition, although it's not equaling Ethiopia, dear patron. We have a rich tradition in coffee culture, which goes back from 1904. But we started exporting coffee 13 years later. That means in 1917. That said, coffee sector currently plays a strategic role in improving Rwanda's balance of trade. It generates income for producers, processors, and other trade actors that are operating in the agriculture sector. As IACO aims at strengthening the coffee value chains, all of us, member states, we should continue to invest more resources to the transformation of our coffee industry, looking at getting it from a subsistence subsector to a modern, competitive, and sustainable coffee industry, which should be profitable to all stakeholders. But I want to emphasize it should be profitable, especially to coffee producers who were at the bottom of the chain, but they play critical roles. They need to be motivated to invest in improved and sustainable agronomic practices, to join hands with other stakeholders to drive a prosperous coffee industry. If they are facilitated to invest, we should see the results by the presence of African coffee into local and international markets. Our respective countries should continuously support initiatives favorable to marketability of coffee by supporting inter-Africa trade measures. Challenges such as low coffee productivity, burdensome credit facility, and financial services that discourages business and investments, and unfavorable environments for trade must be addressed. In Africa, we are the cradle of coffee. I guess all of us, we know that coffee originates from Ethiopia, and our position in global trade needs to be significantly improved so that the importance of what we offer to the world is reflected in volumes, it is reflected in quality, and more importantly, it is reflected in revenues for our continent. That says, all of us, member states, we should strive to remove obstacles that are affecting intra-African coffee trade and create intra-regional exchange in terms of sharing lessons and experiences. Dear delegates, I want to stop by here, but before that, allow me once again to reiterate my gratitude to all of you for honoring us to be your host. I want to thank and congratulate the new IACO Secretary General, Ambassador Rutega, for his plans to reposition IACO by different actions, and specifically for the actions he's taking, including Drink African Coffee to build Africa initiative. With this, I am pleased to declare the 2021 IACO annual meeting open, and thank you for your kind attention. But before that, I want to invite our patron, His Excellency Her Mariam, to come and address this assembly. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Gerardine Mukshamana, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda, and the current chairperson of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO. Honorable State Minister, Dr. Jean Chrysosoma, Your Excellency, Ambassador Joseph Asako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, the African Union Commission, Ambassador Solomon Rotega, our new Secretary General, a very energetic person, which we depend on your leadership for the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Honorable Chief Executive Coffee Board and authorities, Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to participate in the Inter-African Coffee Organization 61st Annual General Assembly that brings together a multitude of coffee enthusiasts, regional and international coffee roasters, traders, producers, professionals, and on the whole, the African coffee community under one roof to address the challenges of coffee, local processing, and consumption faced by Africa's coffee industry. As patron, I take this opportunity to salute the President of the Republic of Rwanda, my brother, President Paul Kagame, the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, and the current chair of IACO, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Agricultural Export Development Board, and his team, the private sector partners, as well as the IACO Secretariat, for the successful organization of this beautiful event. Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, in developing national policies conducive to improve the productivity and competitiveness of the African coffee, IACO has committed this coffee year to promote local coffee processing and consumption in our continent. To deliver this goal, the theme of this annual General Assembly is well-fitting, as it says, strengthening the coffee value chain for sustainable development of the economy and improved living income of African smallholder producers. And it is of great importance, given its aim to address the pertinent issues regarding local coffee processing and labeling for access to local, regional, and global markets. I know that the world coffee producers forum is seriously promoting the roasting of coffee at origin. Thus, IACO's coffee efforts should help to consolidate this initiative in Africa. I believe that the promotion of consumption in Africa will help to enhance the competitiveness and efficiency of the African coffee industry, with potentially great benefits for all stakeholders, particularly the smallholder coffee producers who supply the bulk of our coffee. Of course, we acknowledge that local consumption in Africa is not the only challenge that the sector faces, that my own country, Ethiopia, consumes 60% of what it produces. But given all the attendant issues in the value chain that must be addressed, including financial and technical support that is required to improve productivity, support to development of value-added agricultural products, and the establishment of public-private partnerships to finance the African coffee industry. Among others, I would like to thank the Afri-Exim Bank, who has already said to us they are up to this challenge in this sector. We have to ensure that the African coffee industry becomes competitive and attractive to our investors and partners, and that our customers are pleased with what we have to offer. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to address the challenges of local coffee processing and consumption in Africa, one of the instruments that the Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO, is currently working on is the project that IACO jointly initiated with the International Coffee Organization as promotion of domestic coffee consumption in Africa. The objective is to boost coffee productivity, production, quality, as well as local processing and consumption in Africa. In doing so, the livelihoods of smallholder coffee growers will be improved, and this is expected to boost coffee's contribution to the national economies of our member states. Distinguished participants, IACO, as Africa's intergovernmental body for the coffee industry and one of Africa's oldest continental organizations, has to partner with local, regional, and global public, as well as private institutions, to provide all necessary support to revamp and reshape the industry for the increased investment. I would like to acknowledge at this point the announcement that our commissioner has done just today, that IACO will be considered as a specialized institution of the African Union Commission. Therefore, a transformed coffee value in Africa, characterized by local processing through the use of modern technologies that preserves quality for both domestic consumption as well as meeting the requirements of international consumers, should enhance the position of our coffee and promote the prosperity of African producers. Last year, IACO's 60th Annual General Assembly adopted a new agreement aimed at addressing a number of issues that have been overtaken by new developments, both regionally and globally. I congratulate the member states for the bold move to have a new treaty that specifically provides for African coffee consuming countries to join IACO. I believe this will greatly enhance the achievement of the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, in as far as the African coffee industry is concerned. I would like to encourage African countries to pay serious attention to strengthening our own regional body, IACO, because it will greatly enhance the competitiveness of African coffee when we work together to address all the issues that the industry faces today. Madam Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my fervent desire is that the deliberation of this year's annual meetings will lay clear pathways for the revolution in the processing and consumption of African coffee by creating a coffee consuming culture in our continent for the transformation of the African coffee value chain. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now, before we move to the next part of the program, two quick reminders. Number one, right after here, we'll have a photo session. The first photo session, official photo session, will be a group of VIPs. We have a protocol team here right behind me that will show you exactly how to align yourselves. The second photo will be that group with the heads of delegations, so that group of VIPs with the heads of delegations. And the third photo will be that group, the heads of delegations and the heads of coffee boards. If I don't have it right, the protocol team will definitely have it right. There is a press conference that will take place right after here in room AD10, which the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, the CEO of NAEB, and the Secretary General of IACO will take place, will participate in. A coffee break, speaking of coffee, is starting right now, right outside the room. Leave your translation kits here. We'll be right back in an hour. Thank you very much. First photo is VIPs. Right here on stage, the protocol team will help out. Oh yeah. So this one is the first photo. Members of the press, photographers, videographers, bloggers. I'm asking the heads of delegations to be ready. They'll be next. Head of delegations. So that will be Mr. Moyo Khan, Mr. Vibi, Mr. Gouton, Mr. Kawuma, Ruvimbo Sandauke, also José Gassuel Mahinga, Monsieur Touré, Monsieur Bompate, Monsieur Mbutu, Mr. Duomo, Monsieur Kaloko, Mr. Angwesomo, and Mr. Harsama. That's for the second picture. And we're asking the heads of coffee boards, heads or coffee boards of Africa to be ready for the third photo. Heads of coffee boards. One more picture without masks, please. Let's please remove our mask just for the picture. Heads of coffee boards, please step forward. The VIPs stay here. Heads of coffee boards, please, thank you. Right behind the VIPs, please. The line behind, you can please go back to your seats. Thank you very much. Let's keep the VIPs here. Heads of coffee boards, please, let's make this quick. This will be the last picture. Thank you very much. Now, let's please let our VIPs exit the room. Thank you very much. Give them a hand of applause, please. Again, the press conference will take place in AD 10 with the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, the CEO of NAEB, and the Secretary General of IACO. Room AD 10. Everybody else, the coffee break is right outside. Pause café, on se retrouve ici d'ici 1 heure. We'll be back in an hour. Thank you. And 30 minutes, an hour and a half before we head for lunch. This session will be moderated, and I'll be calling now Excellency Ambassador Ali Touré, représentant permanent de la Côte d'Ivoire auprès des organisations internationales des produits de base à Londres. L'ambassadeur Touré est également représentant du ministre de l'Agriculture de la République de Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, je vais également appeler les prochains panélistes. Honorable Minister Dr. Geraldine Mukeshimana, IACO Chairperson and Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda. Also, the Honorable Mr. Umer Hussein Oba, Minister of Agriculture for the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Mr. Anselme Gouton, secrétaire général du comité de coordination pour les filières café et cacao. Monsieur Mohamed Kaloko, directeur général de l'Agence guinéenne de promotion des exportations, représentant également de son Excellence Monsieur le ministre du Commerce, de l'Industrie et des PME de la République de Guinée. Excellence ambassadeur Ali Touré, le micro est à vous. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Madame la ministre, Dr Géraldine Mukeshimana, présidente en exercice de l'OIAC et ministre de l'Agriculture et des Ressources animales de la République du Rwanda. Monsieur Anselme Gouton, secrétaire général du comité de coordination pour les filières café-cacao de la République du Togo. L'ambassadeur Salomon Rutega, secrétaire général de l'Organisation interafricaine du café. Monsieur Guy Bombaté, directeur général, Office national des produits agricoles du Congo, ONAPAC, représentant de son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture de la République démocratique du Congo. Et enfin, Monsieur Mohamed Kaloko, directeur général, Agence guinéenne de promotion des exportations, représentant de son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre du Commerce, de l'Industrie et des PME de la République de Guinée. Honorables délégués, honorables invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais d'abord remercier les organisateurs pour l'honneur que l'on me fait et à travers moi, mon pays, la République de Côte d'Ivoire, pour présider ce forum politique de haut niveau sur le café. Je voudrais profiter de l'occasion pour féliciter le secrétaire général de l'OIAC pour cette initiative, car dans le cadre de la durabilité de la caféiculture africaine, nous pensons qu'il est important qu'on puisse adresser ce volet politique. Comme il est indiqué dans le document qui nous a été remis par le secrétariat de l'OIAC, cette session permet une interaction entre les ministres des États membres de l'OIAC afin de délibérer sur les différentes questions politiques affectant la chaîne de valeur du café africain, de la recherche à la consommation. Alors, je suis moi-même l'ambassadeur Ali Touré, représentant le ministre d'État, ministre de l'Agriculture et du Développement rural. Je voudrais, sans plus tarder, donner la parole aux différents panélistes qui sont là, pour que chacun puisse échanger sur son expérience. À tout seigneur, tout honneur, permettez-moi de donner la parole à Madame la ministre de l'Agriculture et des Ressources animales, présidente en exercice de l'OIAC, le Dr Géraldine Mukeshimana, pour sa contribution sur ce sujet. Madame la ministre de l'Agriculture, vous avez la parole.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Distinguished guests, delegates, once again, on behalf of the government of Rwanda and its people, I want to thank you for your participation to this IACO annual meetings. As mentioned before, that is bringing together decision makers on African coffee sector to discuss issues that are affecting development of coffee value chain and discuss possible approaches to adopt the approaches to mitigate the challenges. It was said before that IACO is made of 25 coffee producing countries, and only we take to the global market 11% share, which is around 18.7 million bags. And this amount has been stagnant for a while. And even what we send to the global market, it is still in a raw form. Majority of our exports are in a green coffee form, and even roasting on the continent is still insignificant. The only exception that we have heard was Ethiopia, that is consuming 60% of its coffee, which means there are some processing of coffee taking place on the continent, in Ethiopia. And the majority of our exports are sent to United States and European Union countries. And almost 54% of our coffee goes to European Union. So it's important that at this meeting, we discuss on how we can add value to our coffee so that it can significantly improve the livelihoods of our producers and our economies. In Rwanda, we have taken a way of selling green coffee, fully washed green coffees, and we are at 80% of that. But as I said before, it's still green coffee. And when you look at the difference between the ordinary coffee and fully washed, there is some difference, but it's not something that is to be really excited for. So we are encouraging our private sector and other partners, investors, to come and invest in Rwanda and increase the share of roasted coffee that we are producing, even increase the share of ground coffee. And we find that getting to ground coffee can add a lot of value and increase significantly the amount of coffee that can be traded on African continent, so that this can contribute significantly to the commodity that we are trading among ourselves. The other issue that we are trying to tackle is how to make sure that the coffee producers are benefiting from producing the coffee, because as we all know, the coffee, the stakeholders of coffee make money as they go up into the value chains. You find that farmers are making a tiny bit of money, and then you find that the trader, the last segment, that is selling coffee, cup of coffees, are making most of the money. So the challenge is, how can we be able to support our farming communities so that they can be equal contributors to the coffee value chains, so that working in a coffee subsector can improve their lives. So we still struggle on that end, and as I have observed, it's not even an easy fight, but we need to keep fighting. So it's really important that producers of coffee make money. Otherwise, it will not be so easy to maintain them into the sector. In Rwanda, we have observed it, And we need to keep working hard so that the ones who came back, the ones who are in need, even the ones to come, they can have leveled ground to play on, otherwise it cannot be sustainable. And there are other challenges that are associated with climate change and what is taking place globally. It's important that our research, science, innovations help us to tackle that end so that the sustainability of coffee can happen. Thank you.
Madame la ministre présidente de l'OIAC, je voudrais vous remercier. En effet, vous avez de façon magistrale abordé les points saillants qui préoccupent les producteurs de café, à savoir l'amélioration de la chaîne de valeur du café, la promotion de la consommation et surtout l'amélioration des prix qu'on paye aux producteurs. Nous avons cette même problématique au niveau du cacao, donc nous savons de quoi vous parlez et nous voudrons vous féliciter d'avoir abordé ces sujets. En la présentant, avec votre permission, je voudrais maintenant donner la parole au secrétaire général de l'OIAC, l'ambassadeur Rutega, pour qu'il puisse nous dire comment il voit ce forum politique de haut niveau et qu'est-ce qu'il attend des États membres pour une durabilité de la filière caféière africaine. Monsieur le secrétaire général, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also I want to thank the chairperson for her report and statement. In the case of IACO, under the theme of strengthening the coffee chain for sustainable development and socioeconomic transformation to improve the livelihoods of the coffee farmers, we are working very closely with our Africa Coffee Research Network and also the value addition interventions under the initiative. So our expectations from the policy forum today is the countries that are represented here, we want to find out what policies are being undertaken to support the coffee value chain in our respective countries. What are the interventions at the production level? What are the interventions at the value addition level so that the transformation can take place? So this platform is to give us an opportunity to interact with the member states, especially the private sector, on the policies governments are taking to support this value chain and also to transform the lives of the farmers. There are some success stories in some of the member states. We're hoping that these perspectives can be shared so that other countries can also be able to share this information and see what can apply in their respective countries. So, Mr. Chair, really, that is the summary of this forum, to give us that platform and opportunity to see what government is doing to support the industry. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Je voudrais sans plus tarder donner la parole à Monsieur Anselme Gouton pour qu'il puisse nous dire quelques mots sur cette problématique liée à la durabilité de la filière caféière africaine.
Okay. I'm waiting for the light. Merci, ambassadeur Littouré, pour m'avoir passé la parole. Donc, je voudrais, avant de délivrer mes propos, Madame la ministre de l'Agriculture en charge des ressources animales, présidente en exercice de l'OIAC. Je voudrais vous présenter toutes les excuses du ministre du Commerce, de l'Industrie et du Consommé local du Togo, que vous avez bien entendu concerne la production et la consommation du café. L'ambassadeur Rutega a indiqué l'intérêt même de cette rencontre. Le titre est très parlant, renforcer la chaîne de valeur du café pour le développement durable de l'économie et l'amélioration des revenus des producteurs africains. Le titre est assez fort et il est important pour nous, au cours de cette rencontre ici, de pouvoir en sortir avec encore un espoir, mais un espoir soutenu pour les producteurs qui sont le maillon faible de cette chaîne de valeur. Donc, en introduction, je dirais que pour perdurer et rester rentables à long terme, les chaînes de valeur doivent s'inscrire dans la logique du développement durable et doivent être plus inclusives et concilier forcément les objectifs économiques. Et bien entendu, quand on parle d'objectifs économiques, on parle d'optimiser la valeur ajoutée, ce qui est très important. Également l'aspect social, c'est-à-dire équité, conditions de travail décentes. Et environnementaux. C'est dans cette logique que s'inscrit le développement de la chaîne de valeur café au Togo, dont les actions sont coordonnées par le Comité de coordination pour les filières café-cacao, CCFCC. Madame la ministre, chers invités, Excellences, ainsi les diverses mesures de renforcement de cette chaîne de valeur au Togo se récapitulent comme suite. Nous avons en première déclinaison le renforcement de la durabilité de la production. En effet, pour garantir des plantations durables, le Togo s'est inscrit depuis 4 ans dans un cadre partenariat public-privé, c'est-à-dire avec le CCFCC, le Comité de coordination pour les filières café-cacao, également des ONG telles que ADE, et également la Fédération des unions de producteurs de café, donc ceux-là même qui sont plus que jamais concernés par la production et vraiment la mise en marché de ce café. Donc à fournir aux producteurs du matériel végétal performant, donc plants de caféiers et plants agroforestiers, et des intrants agricoles. Cette action vise à couvrir à terme les plus de 18 000 producteurs de café qui exploitent plus de 27 000 hectares. déclinaison, je vous parlerai de la consolidation de la autorité de régulation des filières café-cacao renforce la collaboration avec les services techniques relevant des ministères de tutelle et en charge de l'agriculture, notamment la direction du conditionnement et de la météorologie légale, le centre de recherche agronomique zone forestière. Nous avons déjà avec nous actuellement le directeur de ce centre, et l'unité technique café-cacao, UTCC, d'une part, et avec aussi l'interprofession et la société civile, dont les ONG que nous sollicitons souvent pour nous appuyer dans ce programme. Madame la ministre, présidente de l'OIAC, permettez-moi pour conclure de vous orienter vers les perspectives. Il s'agit de la dynamique de renforcement de la chaîne de valeur du café pour le développement durable de l'économie et l'amélioration des revenus des producteurs qui est lancée, bien entendu, au Togo. Pour le maintenir et l'amplifier à court et moyen terme, l'ensemble des acteurs de cette chaîne de valeur ont prévu de mutualiser leurs efforts en travaillant en étroite collaboration dans la logique du partenariat public-privé. Il s'agira, bien entendu, renforçant la promotion de la consommation intérieure du café. Madame la ministre, mesdames et messieurs, chers invités, monsieur le modérateur, voilà ainsi déroulé le cas du Togo dans la perspective de soutenir la dynamique de la production et de la transformation du café. Merci.
Merci, monsieur le secrétaire général, frère Anselme Gouton, pour cette expérience togolaise relative à la promotion de la consommation d'une part et à la transformation du café togolais. Je voudrais, sans plus tarder, inviter le ministre de l'Agriculture de la République fédérale d'Éthiopie. Je pense qu'il sera en ligne avec un PowerPoint. Est-ce qu'on peut me connecter le ministre de l'Agriculture de l'Éthiopie? Monsieur le ministre, bonjour. Vous m'entendez, monsieur le ministre? Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Can you hear me? Il y a un problème technique. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Je pense qu'il m'entend, mais c'est moi qui ne l'entends pas. Régie technique, est-ce que vous pouvez nous aider, s'il vous plaît? On n'entend pas le ministre. Est-ce que vous m'entendez, monsieur le ministre?
Hello, can you hear me?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez, monsieur le ministre? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Shall I display now?
Okay, welcome to the program. You have the floor, please.
Thank you so much. I will briefly present the report of Ethiopia, which shows, which indicates about the strengthening the coffee value chain for sustainable development of Ethiopian coffee. As presented earlier, first I will try to present the challenge that we face at the sector, and then the policy intervention area will be displayed second. In the coffee sector, we try to, promotion issues in terms of increase in productivity in the production over the last 5 years. We had around 3% average growth, in which the productivity is also increased by 2.5%. Aside to this, we were facing different challenge. In export volume, there is an increase over the last 5-10 years, but due to the price paid to coffee growers, we were challenged. The price is not adequate at that of the volume increment. As you see from the graph over the last, mostly in the last 5 years, there is a price decrease up to 1919 until, we have an policy intervention, which will be indicated next. There is a cyclical behavior of price over time, high degree of its volatility, and major problems for Ethiopian coffee market. The other challenge was about, what contributes to that price volatility. This is, the value chain, which is very hectic in the long value chain, which affects the income of our farmers. And by then, that will affect also the quality, the liquidity issue, low yield. We were in such a hectic problem because of the challenge that we have in the long value chain. Because of this, Ethiopian government, come up with some of the intervention to increase the productivity of our coffee. We try to, annually mobilize the people in stamping, and we took around, hundreds, thousands of hectares every year. This affects increasing the production and the productivity, positively increase the richest in generic diversity as well, increase export volume, and improve coffee quality. This is some of practical intervention which we made. Apart from that, we try to, government collaboration with the private sector, creating an enabling environment by reforming policy and the regulating framework. This has been done in 2017. This enables, farmers to directly export their coffee, vertical integration between the supplier and the exporter, improve the market efficiency as well. As the result of this, in the basis, we were, most of our coffee, which is accounted around 6% to around 36% in a lower grade, which ranges from grade 4 to grade 6. By working on that, we brought this low quality to 42%. This affects the price problem which we were mentioning earlier. And from 2019 onward, as it is depicted on the graph, the price starts increasing. The other, interpretation area is about internationally acute cup of excellence competition in which we get high price on bid. And in 2020, we got around $185 type, and we got a world record also in the coffee price. The same thing repeated in the 2021, and we got a high price of $150 per kilograms. So nationally, the coffee brand is developed in the Ethiopian patent protection also. This is one of the policy interventions. This enhanced competitive source of additional income and improving the market efficiency. As experience in collaboration with members, local coffee consumption in Africa initiated and opened a niche market opportunity for Ethiopia as well. This graph indicates that, the sessions that we have with the team. It's enabled, to develop African coffee policy, improve regional productivity, increase market niche of Ethiopia as well. In the way forward, we try to focus on area. One is working on enabling environment. Second, the productivity and the competitiveness. It includes, highlight the skill of technologies and innovation next by the other parameters. Third one is a collaborative agreement. We can strengthen partnership and collaboration with Africa country. This is an example of the challenge that we have in the sector and quality innovation, which may be a good beginning for the other African countries. Thank you so much.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre, pour cette brillante présentation. Comme tout le monde le sait ici, l'Éthiopie est le premier pays africain producteur de café. Donc, votre expérience nous intéresse à plus d'un titre, mais je constate que l'Éthiopie fait face à la volatilité des prix sur le marché international. Et il serait bon que, en tant que leader du café africain, que vous puissiez prendre des initiatives pour nous permettre de nous retrouver à des niveaux beaucoup plus élevés afin de discuter de ces stratégies. Je vous le dis parce qu'au niveau du cacao, nous avons pris des dispositions pour discuter de la question du prix. Nous avons même formé des groupes de travail au sein de l'Organisation internationale du cacao. Donc je pense que l'OIAC en particulier et l'Organisation internationale du café en général pourraient s'inspirer des travaux que nous avons conduits au niveau de l'ICCO pour adresser la question du prix. Car, et là je parle pour la Côte d'Ivoire, les problèmes relatifs à la transformation, à la promotion de la consommation et surtout à l'amélioration des revenus des producteurs, pour nous, ce sont des sujets non négociables. Donc vraiment, je voudrais remercier le ministre de l'Agriculture de la République fédérale d'Éthiopie pour son expérience. Je voudrais sans plus tarder donner la parole à M. Guy Bombaté de l'ONAPAC, de la République démocratique du Congo, pour qu'il puisse nous instruire sur l'expérience dans son pays. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je tiens d'abord ici à remercier Madame, ministre de l'Agriculture, qui a voulu partager avec nous cette séance de travail sur renforcer la chaîne de valeur du café pour le développement durable de l'économie et l'amélioration des revenus des produits africains. Ici, mon ministre étant empêché, il est présentement au Burundi pour une autre mission d'État. C'est ainsi qu'il m'a dépêché pour lui représenter et il tient à vous présenter ses excuses pour son empêchement. Au nom, très chers frères et délégués invités, l'intervention de la République démocratique du Congo sur la chaîne de valeur du café pour le développement durable de l'économie et l'amélioration des revenus du producteur africain. Au nom de notre chef de l'État, Excellence M. Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, dans sa vision de revanche du sol sur le sous-sol. Vous savez, la RDC, c'est un produit, c'est un pays qui égorge beaucoup de matières premières, mais on a vu qu'on ne peut pas développer un pays seulement avec les minéraux. Il faut quand même penser, réfléchir sur l'agriculture. C'est ainsi que le chef de l'État, à son avènement, il a donné sa vision, la revanche du sol sur le sous-sol. Et ainsi, le gouvernement qui est piloté par son excellent M. Premier, c'est Sam, ils ont instruit le ministre de l'Agriculture qui malheureusement il n'est pas avec nous, de voir comment augmenter la production du café et autres produits, par l'augmentation des hectares à cultiver. Et le gouvernement avait décidé d'augmenter 52 000 hectares, soit 2 000 hectares par province. Et ici, on devrait travailler en partenariat, soit public et public, soit public privé. Dans la même option, l'État a voulu que nous puissions d'abord, dans l'augmentation de la qualité, nous devons aussi voir l'aspect augmentation, revoir la qualité. Donc, produire un café de qualité. Je suis avec mon directeur qui est ici dans l'Est de la RDC, dans le Kivu ici. Nous faisons un café de qualité, qualité supérieure, en fait de donner une valeur ajoutée dans ces secteurs. On ne doit pas, vous pouvez vendre ou consommer, on ne peut pas vendre ou consommer un café qui n'est pas un café de qualité. C'est ainsi qu'on a vu que les producteurs, il faut les encadrer pour que nous puissions produire un café de qualité. Et pour votre information, la RDC aussi, c'est un grand consommateur du café. Et le gouvernement a pensé de créer des cafés-bars sur l'aspect de la consommation locale. Donc, prochainement, quand vous viendrez en République démocratique du Congo, vous verrez des bars où les gens sont en train seulement de boire le quai du café. C'est une façon aussi pour augmenter la consommation locale. Et le gouvernement de la RDC a pensé aussi la révision de l'outil de travail, c'est-à-dire la transformation du café, d'équiper de nouvelles machines modernes pour la transformation du café. Je crois ainsi la politique de mon pays pour valoriser ces secteurs. Il y a beaucoup de partenariats avec des privés, avec des ONG, en tout cas, on est en train d'y travailler pour que les cafés africains, les Africains consomment un bon café qui vient de la République démocratique du Congo. Je ne dois pas vous prendre beaucoup de temps, étant donné que beaucoup on a parlé sur l'augmentation de la qualité, la revisitation de la qualité et l'augmentation de la quantité. Et c'est ça, le point fort de l'ARDC aujourd'hui, c'est augmenter la quantité et la qualité de l'occasion. Et chercher comment faire consommer ce café. Et on a créé, ce que je viens de dire aussi, je ne peux pas me répéter, les bars café. Voilà un peu à l'économie. En économie, de manière résumée, les discours de mon ministre qui devait vous présenter. Merci beaucoup, monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Merci, monsieur le DG de l'ONAPAC, pour cette expérience en République démocratique du Congo. Elle rejoint à peu près les préoccupations des autres pays producteurs de café membres de l'OIAC. Je voudrais sans plus tarder donner la parole à monsieur Mohamed Kaloko, qui est le DG de l'Agence guinéenne de promotion des exportations. Monsieur Kaloko, vous avez la parole.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bonjour, monsieur Ali Touré, l'ambassadeur Ali Touré. Bonjour, madame la ministre, présidente de l'OIAC. Bonjour, monsieur le secrétaire général, monsieur Routega de l'OIAC. Chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs, avant mon propos, je tiens à remercier madame la ministre pour l'accueil que nous avons reçu ici, et aussi monsieur le secrétaire général pour nous avoir fait l'invitation de participer à ce forum de haut niveau. Et je voudrais présenter les excuses de mon ministre qui, pour d'autres raisons ou responsabilités, n'a pas pu être ici, mais qui m'a demandé de le représenter et je me ferai le devoir de vous livrer ici le message qu'il a voulu lui-même vous adresser ici. Le thème de ce forum de haut niveau, à savoir renforcer la chaîne de valeur du café pour le développement durable, de l'économie et de l'amélioration des revenus des producteurs africains, est on ne peut mieux opportun et révélateur puisqu'il aborde à juste titre la problématique de l'amélioration des conditions de vie de nombreux habitants du monde aujourd'hui, notamment ceux du monde rural. En effet, la production des biens et services s'est globalisée et cette globalisation a besoin de toute une série de moyens d'accompagnement pour promouvoir ou permettre aux biens ainsi produits d'atteindre les consommateurs par des canaux appropriés, soutenus par l'effet du commerce. De nos jours, pour soutenir le développement économique des pays, surtout ceux de moins avancés, il est indispensable de diversifier la production de conduire vers une autonomisation économique des acteurs, surtout des jeunes et femmes, pour un développement inclusif et durable grâce à l'amélioration et au renforcement des capacités productives de ces pays. En République de Guinée, le café est cultivé principalement dans la région forestière, dont nous avons la variété Robusta, et en Moyenne-Guinée, nous avons la variété Arabica qui, il faut le souligner, est venue du Rwanda. Le potentiel de production est évalué à 70 000 tonnes, compte tenu de l'importance du verger traditionnel. Mais la production est en deçà de ce potentiel. Et depuis plusieurs années, le café est l'un des principaux produits d'exportation échangés sur les marchés internationaux. Des investissements importants ont été consentis par le gouvernement guinéen et ses partenaires au développement à travers des projets en cours pour appuyer les efforts déployés par le pays en vue de la réduction de la pauvreté et de l'amélioration durable des conditions de vie des populations dans les zones de production en agissant sur la chaîne de valeur. Nous sommes convaincus que ce partenariat pourra aboutir à la construction et à la modernisation des infrastructures de base, notamment dans la chaîne de valeur, le transport, la logistique d'exportation nécessaires pour une compétitivité de la filière café guinéenne. Dans ce contexte, la coordination entre les principaux acteurs au niveau national, régional et international est fondamentale pour la mise en œuvre des programmes et projets visant à accroître les capacités des ressources humaines à produire du café en qualité et en quantité. L'amélioration de l'environnement des affaires ainsi que la transformation industrielle à travers les investissements et le transfert de technologies sont autant d'éléments qui contribueront à faciliter les échanges, donc à permettre la diversification et l'autonomisation économique pour un développement inclusif et durable. Madame la Présidente, la République de Guinée est convaincue que l'OIAC est une réponse efficace aux problèmes et exigences des marchés mondiaux et les solutions aux problèmes qui se posent aux pays africains, producteurs et importateurs, consommateurs, membres de cette organisation pour arriver à faire face aux contraintes du côté de l'offre et de la demande. C'est pourquoi nous recommandons à l'OIAC de continuer cette approche de forum politique de haut niveau pour débattre des questions majeures concernant le développement des activités de la filière africaine, le café africaine. Nous sommes et demeurons convaincus que c'est une organisation qui a fait ses preuves à travers des actions comme par exemple le projet de promotion de la consommation intérieure de café en Afrique dont bénéficie la Guinée et qui est en train d'appuyer les acteurs de la filière café, notamment les femmes et les jeunes assortis de la pauvreté dans notre pays. Nous tenons à souligner que cet appui de l'OIAC nous a permis de constater que 40% de la consommation guinéenne et de la production guinéenne est consommée en Guinée. C'est déjà un acquis sur lequel nous devons continuer à travailler. L'intégration du commerce dans le programme national de développement de réduction de la pauvreté tel que le plan national de développement économique et social PNDS est effective en République de Guinée. Pour nous, l'appui de l'OIAC peut apporter la croissance et contribuer à réduire la pauvreté. Je voudrais terminer mon intervention en disant que ce forum politique de haut niveau est bien l'occasion pour les membres de cette organisation de réaffirmer leur engagement en faveur du vaste programme de redynamisation de l'industrie caféière en Afrique à travers la promotion de la transformation et de la consommation locale du café afin de soutenir les prix payés aux caféculteurs et d'accroître la valeur ajoutée dans les pays producteurs. Je voudrais enfin, au nom de son Excellence, le colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, chef de l'État, président de la transition, de Monsieur le Premier ministre Mohamed Beavogui, chef du gouvernement, réitérer le soutien de la politique de la République de Guinée aux activités de l'OIAC, notamment en ce qui concerne l'appui aux pays membres en agissant sur la valeur du café. Et comme il y a un adage qui le dit, celui qui parle doit avoir pitié des oreilles de celui qui écoute. Je vous remercie.
Merci, M. Moloko, d'avoir terminé vos propos sur... Le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de la Sierra Leone.
Good. Madam Chairperson, distinguished guests, representatives and delegates of the various countries here present, the Secretary General of IACO, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here to make a very short statement on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Sierra Leone. In the last 3 years, Sierra Leone has taken huge strides to restore past domestic influence coffee has on the livelihood and culture of the people of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, like any other African country, did not only lost the volume of coffee production, but also lost the domestic culture of drinking coffee in the morning. Because we as a country has done series of investigation to find out the factors that we are responsible for low volume of coffee production as compared to the past, we find out that, one, low pricing is a major factor that has impeded the growth of coffee in Sierra Leone. Farmers will prefer to grow cocoa, which earn them high reward after sales, than to grow coffee, which has low reward and hard labor. As a government, we are concentrating on improving on the quality of planting materials with high yield and shorter duration to produce. This is one of the goals that His Excellency the President has actually embarked on, since he was once also in the produce sector. We want to see how we can leverage growth and quality to that of price that has significantly dropped at the international market so that we promote and encourage our farmers to grow more coffee, who actually do not see a need to grow coffee than cacao, which has a higher and giant price at the international market. The very culture of drinking coffee has been lost over the years. The government has taken various steps to re-establish coffee drinking in our social gatherings. We have been targeting the universities and other social settings. Currently, the government of Sierra Leone is very particular to see how we can raise the volume of coffee. Well, yes, the government of Sierra Leone sees that over the years, the culture of drinking coffee, domestic consumption, has dropped significantly. So as a government, we are trying to create platforms where coffee will be drunk. We have targeted various university campuses and other social gatherings so that coffee drinking will also take its place as it used to be in the past. As a nation, we must make sure that we improve the volume and quality of our coffee, since it is now no secret that our Stenophila coffee is one of the best flavored coffee in the coffee value chain in the world. In fact, it has been classed as 10 times superior to most coffee in the world. As it is at all times, the government of Sierra Leone is ready to engage international partners, the regulatory bodies like the IACO, the IACO, to make coffee trade an economic tool that will change the livelihood of our revered farmers in Africa, who work so hard but receive little income. I also want to convey the appreciation of my Honorable Minister of Trade to this body for your invitation, and also convey to you that Sierra Leone coffee has organic nature. We are purely organic when it comes to the specification of our coffee. And also, as I have also mentioned, we have a Stenophila coffee that is only peculiar to Sierra Leone, and it is 10 times superior to most of the coffee you can find in the world. So it is also his wish that private partners who want to invest in the coffee sector see Sierra Leone as a destination of investments. Thank you.
Merci, Dr. James Ruby. Je voudrais ici, en commençant par Madame la Ministre, remercier tous les panélistes, tous ceux qui ont bien voulu contribuer à ce débat. Ministre, avec votre permission, je souhaiterais qu'on puisse interréagir un peu avec le public, puisque dans la salle, il y a peut-être des gens qui ont des questions à poser ou des contributions à faire. Je voudrais, Madame la Ministre, avant de passer la parole au public, faire quelques propositions. Je dégage, parce que à la fin de ce panel et de ces échanges, il appartient à nos décideurs, à nos chefs que vous êtes, de dégager des pistes de solutions pour améliorer les revenus des producteurs, pour améliorer la compétitivité de l'économie caféière africaine et voir dans quelle mesure nous pouvons assurer la durabilité de ces aliments pérennes. Alors, moi, j'ai dégagé 4 pistes de solutions. J'ai pensé d'abord qu'il est important pour les Africains de renforcer le secteur privé. Lorsque nous nous retrouvons à l'Organisation internationale du café, on se rend compte que les latinos ont des secteurs privés très performants. Et qu'en Afrique, lorsque nous nous retrouvons dans les différents comités de l'OIC, au niveau du comité consultatif pour l'économie caféière durable et d'autres commissions, on sent pas le secteur privé africain au sein de l'institution. Et ça, je pense qu'il faut qu'on puisse le corriger, parce que nous avons aussi le secteur privé. La La deuxième piste de solution, c'est une politique de transformation et de consommation vraiment très active dans nos pays d'origine. Je vois que l'Éthiopie fait beaucoup d'efforts, mais il faut que nous puissions arriver au stade du Brésil. Le Brésil est le premier producteur mondial de café et il est presque le premier consommateur. Il faut qu'on puisse créer les conditions pour transformer et pour consommer ce que nous produisons. La troisième remarque, c'est l'agenda politique. Et là, c'est vous les ministres. Je pense que il faut qu'on puisse mettre le café à l'ordre du jour des travaux de l'Union africaine. Et lorsque vous, les ministres, vous allez, par exemple, à l'Union européenne, il faut que vous puissiez parler du café. Je le dis parce qu'au niveau du cacao, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana ont réussi à mettre à l'agenda de l'Union européenne la question du cacao. Mais le café n'a pas encore pris. Donc je pense que nos ministres doivent faire un effort et parler de la problématique du café avec les interlocuteurs qu'ils rencontrent en dehors du continent. Et la quatrième proposition, c'est que je voulais proposer que l'OIAC organise une table ronde avec des multinationales, des torréfacteurs, des négociants, des banques, des pays consommateurs et des producteurs, où nous puissions adresser de façon intelligente la problématique du prix, de la promotion, de la consommation, de la transformation. Voilà les 4 propositions que je voudrais faire, Madame la ministre, sous votre parapluie. Sans plus tarder, Madame la ministre, je voudrais passer la parole au financement de la caféculture en Afrique, concernant les prix qu'on paye aux producteurs africains. Vraiment, docteur Sedieu, vous avez la parole. Docteur Denis Sedieu est le chef économiste de l'Organisation internationale du café. Il représente ici le directeur exécutif de l'OIC.
Okay. Excellence, thank you. You just take me at very short notice. But I think the theme you are discussing is very important, it's crucial. As you know, sustainability and the living condition of coffee farmers and also the viability of a coffee industry in Africa, in all producing countries, are the main topic IACO has been discussing for a number of years. And as you know also, the member you have set up this group, public-private partnership, and the task force is working. And what we notice is we are lacking the strong involvement of stakeholders from Africa. And we need, because we need stakeholders from Africa to give their voice and to participate in the debate instead of taking the results. They have to participate. So there are a number of issues. But I think the real issue we have in Africa, all the challenges we know, but how to address them. And one of the points I just picked from the moderator, from His Excellency, is how our challenges are supported by our leaders. Because when you approach institutional development institution, the first thing they are asking is, do you have the support of your government? Is it the priority of your government? This one we cannot, because we work at a technical level, and the rest is our leaders. You are the one who will put this program forward. So we just bring to you, before you, what are the challenges, and what need to be, and where it. So I thank you very much. I'm not going to take more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I give the floor to Fred, my friend from Kabi, can you come on the microphone, please? I want you to present your organization and tell us a few words. Is it possible? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. My name is Maurice Akiri. Region Director for Kabi Africa, based in Nairobi. Coffee as an industry is one that interests us for many years, and we work together with the IACO, ICO, and country colleagues who are here to try and first develop coffee as a value chain, not only from the production end, but through to marketing. And the study that Ambassador is talking about is one that ICO commissioned Kabi to work with both the Anglophone and Francophones as well. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you very much. I will switch a little bit in English, if you don't mind, Madam la Ministre. You don't mind if I speak English, do you? Thank you very much. I want to give the floor now to Dr. Fred Kauma. Fred Kauma used to be the former Secretary General of IACO. Fred, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Ali Toure. I just wanted to make a comment following the statement that you made about cocoa and the initiatives that have been taken by at a very high level by the heads of state of Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and others. A few moments back, I had a discussion with the chair of IACO, and I was bringing this matter to her attention that we need to have some high-level political statements by our heads of state that highlight the significance of coffee in Africa. Because when we don't have the political statements, the international partners do not prioritize coffee the same way that cocoa has been done. So, Mr. Moderator, I'm proposing that since we have the representatives of the different ministers here, it would be appropriate, perhaps, that the ministers from our different African countries would endeavor, when they participate in discussions, for instance, at the European Union, to bring out the significance of coffee in our strategy in Africa. In a discussion that we had about three or 4 months ago, we had a Zoom meeting with the Dr. Mizi, who is acting director for agriculture at the European Union, and we're asking him about, the support for coffee, for the African coffee industry, and he said it's difficult for EU to give us support at the continental level. Apart from the support that is bilateral, he said at the continental level, he needs to see, to have strong support for coffee from the African Union. Of course, now we have had Madame Sako make that statement today. But then he also said that the European Union needs to see African leaders make strong statements about coffee and how it's a priority before the EU itself can prioritize it for us. So these matters really are high-level political issues which I believe have to be addressed at a high-level political discussion. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Merci, Fred. Y a-t-il des personnes qui souhaiteraient poser des questions, avoir des éclaircissements, faire des contributions? Vous avez la parole, honorable délégué, membre du Forum politique de haut niveau. Madame, vous avez la parole. Présentez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Princess Adeyinka Tekena. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm also the founder of Happy Coffee. It's an indigenous Nigerian coffee brand. Before I ask my question, I'd like to make this presentation of Nigerian coffee to her Honorable Minister. She's the only female on the panel, so it will do me great privilege to offer Nigerian coffee to her. Some of the work we're doing as young entrepreneurs. However, my question is to the panel. There's a voice that is missing in the room today, and it's the voice of young African entrepreneurs who every day continue to find innovative solutions to the African coffee problem. However, what are the opportunities that we have in creating support for us? Because I feel as though if we do not throw our weight behind young African entrepreneurs, saying that our work is being recognized, it becomes hard for us in our home countries like in Nigeria to make a lot of headway with coffee. So the question is, how do we begin to include the voice of young African entrepreneurs in the coffee sector to either work better in terms of farming or to create innovative solutions to bringing packaged coffee to the rest of Africa and to the world as a whole? Thank you.
Merci, madame. Pendant que vous êtes là, vous pouvez remettre... should I speak in English or do you speak French? Do you speak French?
No, not...
No, too bad. Okay, anyway. Now, while you're here, you want to give the present to the minister now or you want it later?
I would like to give it to her now.
Okay, then you are forcing the minister. C'est bon? No, elle n'a pas venir ici. Yeah, you can come. Merci, madame, pour la question. Je vais passer la question au secrétaire général de l'OIAC, puisque c'est lui qui a pris cette initiative. L'ambassadeur, vous voulez répondre à cette dame, s'il vous plaît?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I also just, before I answer Princess's question, I just want to thank her for taking the initiative to come and attend the IACO meeting. I met Princess 3 months ago when I traveled to Lagos and shared my vision, and immediately she embraced it, and as a result she's able to attend the IACO meeting today. So thank you, Princess. Now, on the issue of the youth, what are governments doing to support young African entrepreneurs and young coffee farmers? There are countries that are taking initiatives to support formation of youth groups to help in agronomic practices, to help in value addition in terms of support for machinery. Just to share an example, Ghana, I traveled to Ghana also 2 months ago. They have formed associations that lease land for the youth at that farm level, where they work out an agreement with the local governments to lease land to young coffee farmers who don't have enough money to purchase land and plant coffee. So that's one very successful initiative that is vertically integrated, where they support them with the land, some seedlings, and also training on how to grow coffee, on also how to roast it, and also how to package the whole vertically integrated value chain. So governments in Africa should take a leaf from that kind of example, where they train and support them in terms of forming groups. I think the best thing is to first form a group. As IACO, I shared this idea where we're going to try and form an African youth group so that you can share experiences and also ideas on how to promote your coffee. So those are some of the initiatives that can strengthen the value chain for the young Africans who are now involved in coffee production, coffee processing, and also people like Princess that have this brand Happy Coffee, which is also being marketed at the retail level. So as IACO, I just want to assure you that part of our strategy is we're going to get involved with the universities. As I mentioned in my vision, we plan to open one coffee shop in all the universities in the member states. We've started in Togo, Kenya, we're now moving to other countries. We'll roll out this strategy, and companies like yours The idea is now to form an association of the youth group that will be supported, especially with regards to training and also exchange of information. So yes, the youth are very important in our strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Allô? Merci, M. le secrétaire général. Y a-t-il d'autres prises de parole? Y a-t-il quelqu'un ou une délégation qui souhaiterait prendre la parole ou poser des questions? S'il n'y a pas d'autres prises de parole, il est en ce moment 13h24. Je voudrais... oui, monsieur, vous avez la parole. Présentez-vous, s'il vous plaît, et vous avez la parole. Ne soyez pas trop long.
Je vous remercie de me donner la parole. Je réponds au nom de Jean-Marie Ilakabavo. Je suis agronome et je donne des services comme la formation aux producteurs de café depuis 20 ans. Je voudrais, si vous me le permettez, de poser une question concernant une possibilité que ce forum puisse organiser une forme de coalition pour le marché. Parce que nos producteurs de café, c'est nos frères, c'est nos sœurs. Est-ce qu'il est possible, vous pensez que c'est faisable, que les pays africains, à travers ce forum, puissent s'organiser à bénéficier, par exemple, le marché libre de l'Union africaine, c'est très récent, comment vraiment on peut l'utiliser pour que le café produit par nos producteurs puisse bénéficier de meilleurs prix. Une autre idée que je voudrais mettre à la table des honorables qui sont devant nous, c'est de voir si nous considérons une possibilité d'investir dans les pays des consommateurs de café. Parce que beaucoup de pays en Afrique ne sont pas consommateurs. Si nous investissons, par exemple, des business de torréfaction, des unités de torréfaction, mais qui sont conscients, ça peut être un investissement social, qui pense aux producteurs, qui pense à l'environnement, et puis qui peut être installé aux États-Unis, en Europe, mais qui est soucieux d'offrir le meilleur prix à nos producteurs. Le troisième point, très rapidement, c'est au niveau de développer des programmes de recherche et de vulgarisation cohérents. Parce que si vous considérez les résultats de recherche en matière de café qui sont disponibles, beaucoup parlent de productivité en termes de volume à l'hectare, mais c'est très rare de trouver le lien. Parce que si j'augmente la productivité par l'arbre de café, est-ce que réellement la taille des graines coïncide avec la demande du marché? Parce que les contrats, vous les connaissez. On dit toujours, les graines plus 15, ça s'achète plus. Est-ce que réellement la densité, c'est ce qui est recherché sur le marché? Est-ce que réellement le profil de la qualité, c'est ce qu'ils veulent, le marché? En fait, le marché devrait dicter la production. Je vous fais un terme d'exemple rapidement. On a trouvé que dans les recherches...
Vous avez encore une minute.
Une minute, merci beaucoup. Les micro-éléments au niveau de la fertilisation, comme le molybdène, le fer, ça influence le goût du café. Mais parfois, beaucoup de programmes de fertilisation ne touchent pas ça. Mon dernier point dans une seconde, c'est que il faudrait considérer, au niveau du problème de la volatilité des prix, il faudrait considérer les marchés certifiés. Les marchés certifiés donnent plus de prix, comme la Guinée nous a partagé. Le café bio peut s'acheter 5 fois plus, à partir de 5 fois plus, et la fluctuation, les changements sont très minimés. Je vous remercie de m'avoir offert cette opportunité, monsieur.
Merci, monsieur. Je donne rapidement, non, c'est la dernière prise de parole, il est déjà 13h30. Donc je donne la parole au secrétaire général pour qu'il puisse répondre rapidement à l'intervenant.
Okay, thank you. The issue on targeting African consumers is one of the IACO strategy under the new agreement, which is currently has been adopted, but it's going to be ratified hopefully by next year. So we've taken note on the opportunities within the African continent. The per capita coffee consumption in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of West Africa is less than 1 kilo per person. Ethiopia is the only country in Africa that has a per capita consumption of about 2 kilos above. When you go up North Africa, you're looking at about 5 to 6 kilos, which is quite high. So when we ratify our new agreement, we shall be targeting the Maghreb countries and other countries with high per capita consumption, Southern Africa. Nigeria is also one country with a lot of potential. So yes, we have a plan for bringing in the African consumers. The second question on research, yes, we also have an Africa Coffee Research Network that brings together scientists from the region to see, in terms of information on latest technologies, genetic materials. The component of research and development is very, very important. So that's also part of our strategic objective. There are also other alternative uses of coffee. We need to do more research. The issue of fertilizers and other inputs, and of course the issue of high-yielding, disease-resistant varieties. I'm told in one of the African countries there's a variety that is resistant to climate change-related issues. So we're going to look into that kind of all those varieties in view of the climate change-related issues. So research, definitely, we're on. The last question on certification for niche markets, that is also very important. Part of our strategy in the promotion and marketing is to identify using the digitalization of coffee, blockchain technology, traceability, appellations, where we monitor the coffee right from the farm all the way through to the cup. So we have embarked on some of those initiatives on the digital e-commerce platform. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Mesdames et Messieurs honorables délégués, je suis obligé d'arrêter ce forum, même s'il est intéressant. On devait finir à 13h30 et je voudrais qu'on puisse permettre à Madame la Ministre d'aller se reposer parce qu'elle est là depuis le matin quand même. On ne va pas abuser de son temps, de sa générosité. Donc je voudrais, avec votre permission, conclure ce forum. Madame la ministre de l'Agriculture et des Ressources animales du Rwanda, présidente en exercice de l'OIAC, Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture de la République fédérale de l'Éthiopie, distingués panélistes, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués délégués, je voudrais d'abord, en votre nom, féliciter le secrétaire général de l'OIAC pour cette initiative intéressante et enrichissante pour nous tous. Je pense, et je suis convaincu qu'il a pris bonne note de toutes nos communications et qu'on pourra avancer dans le prochain forum politique de haut niveau sur le café. Je voudrais vous souhaiter bon appétit, encore remercier Madame la ministre de l'Agriculture pour toutes les dispositions qui ont été prises dans son pays pour nous permettre d'avoir des discussions fructueuses. Et sous la permission de Madame la ministre, je souhaiterais clôturer cette session et lui permettre de vaquer à ses occupations régaliennes. Sur ce, je vous souhaite bon appétit et à bientôt. On prend une photo de famille avec Madame la ministre pour le forum. Donc, je demande au photographe de bien vouloir s'approcher pour nous prendre une photo avec Madame la ministre. Je parle des panélistes qui sont là. Merci.
Photographes, vidéographes, membres de la presse, essayons de nous dépêcher, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Entre-temps, je vous distille quelques informations rapidement. So lunch will take place at the Larder restaurant. The Larder restaurant. Our protocol team is here to guide you. The Larder is in the Radisson Blu Hotel, right next to here. The Larder restaurant. The lunch will take place until about 3. We have to be back here. We have to be back in this vicinity in AD 10 and AD 11 for those who have to partake in the next committees. Lunch goes from now until 3 p.m. at the Larder at the Radisson Blu, which is right next to here. Excellence ambassadeur, merci beaucoup. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, bon appétit.
Michael, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Celestine, and good afternoon to everybody. I hope you all had a good lunch and had a little bit of rest so that we can enjoy the deliberations for this afternoon. Yeah, my name is Michael Osumenu from Ghana Cocoa Board. Previously, we used to have the ACRN coordinating meeting meet and report to the production committee. And we found it wise to merge the two, the ACRN and the production committee meeting. So for the first time in the history of IACO, this is where this is happening, so that we're not going to have two meetings. That is the ACRN coordinating meeting and then the production committee meeting. So those two have been merged into one meeting so that work can go on fast. So on the agenda, you see production committee is a combination of the two, so that's fine. So we'll find out from the Secretariat. First of all, we'll look at the agenda. The draft agenda that was presented has been presented to us. The first item is the verification of the quorum. Then we look at the adoption of the draft agenda. Then we look at the presentation and adoption of the report of the ACRN Coordinating Committee meeting held in Nairobi, November 2019, that's 2 years ago. Then number 4 is presentation and adoption of the report of the production committee meeting held virtually in Accra last year, 2020. Then presentation of the ACRN activity report for October 2019. That was the last 2 years. Then presentation of the ACRN work plan, October 2021 to September 2023. Then presentation of the ACRN financial report and any other matters. I would let the Secretariat tell us if we have the quorum to begin the meeting. So Celestine, do you have the quorum? Because this is open to all member countries as well as observers. Okay, so Secretariat confirms that we have the quorum to start the deliberation. On the agenda, as I mentioned, we would like to make one change before we present to the floor. We would like item number 7 to be presented before item number 6. That's the presentation of ACRN financial report would come before presentation of the ACRN work plan for October 2021 to September 2023. So we switch those two items. Now, I open the floor for any other comments on the agenda before we adopt it. Okay, I don't see any hands up. Okay, on that note, the draft agenda is adopted per the changes that has been made. Thank you very much. The change? Oh, okay. All right, let me repeat it. On the agenda, we have item number 7, which is presentation of the financial reports. Just look on the draft agenda, the first page, and we would like that to be presented before the work plan. So that's the change. Yeah. It's clear. All right, thank you. All right, upon that, so we will go on to item number 3, and I'll call upon the Secretariat to take us through item number 3.
Thank you, Chairperson. We had the last ACRN coordinating committee meeting we had. It was in 2019 in Nairobi. So this is the report we are going to present. It's the document number RG/13 GA/19/E or F for those ones who have the French version. So the ACRN, the 13th Biennial General Assembly, the report, as I said, for the meeting that we had in Nairobi in 2019, the meeting of ACRN Coordinating Committee of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, it took place on Wednesday, 25th November 2019, as a part of the IACO 2019 annual meetings at Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi, in Kenya, under the chairmanship of Mr. Michael Ousmanu from Ghana. So the following member states were represented: Burundi, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Republic of Guinea, Kenya, Nigeria, Democratic Republic of Congo, Togo, and Uganda. So after adopting the agenda, 4 different reports were presented and recommendations were made. So adoption of the agenda was presented and adopted with an amendment that item number 5 came before item number 4. The second point was the presentation and adoption of the report of the coordinating committee meeting held in February 2018 in Grand-Bassam, Cote d'Ivoire. The Director of Research and Development presented the report of the coordinating committee meeting held during the 11th Biennial General Assembly of Grand-Bassam, Cote d'Ivoire, and the report was adopted as presented. So the third point was the presentation of ACRN activity report for October 2017 to September 2019. The Director of Research and Development presented the coordinating committee meeting report. After this, the session chair opened the floor for questions, comments, and clarification. Thereafter, the following recommendations were made: the list of all ACRN researchers in Africa and the list of projects being undertaken should be shared to avoid duplication. The ACRN should provide scientific technical support to researchers The ACRN and IACO member countries produce more to cover their costs at low prevailing international coffee prices in order to be able to intervene in coffee pricing. Resources are needed in Africa to increase production. ACRN should also address the quality of products as an integral part of research. Among these are the management of insects and disease and post-harvest handling. The ACRN should address the diversification of coffee use issue by looking for the use of coffee in medical and pharmaceutical industries. Variety processing technologies and management of plantations, application of fertilizers and irrigation should be used to improve productivity and production. As a solution to the cost of production as a hindrance to the coffee production, economies of scale, improvement of quality and value addition policies should be developed. Financial support should be made available to finance research programs to enhance technologies. The issue of sharing research results should be discussed in the high-level policy meeting. Point number 4, presentation of the ACRN financial report. The financial report was presented and updated after some amendments. The chairman emphasized on the need to have member countries paying up their contributions because of the IACO 25 countries, 21 are affiliated to ACRN, and only 5 regularly pay their duties. Point number 5, the presentation of ACRN work plan, October 2019 and September 2021, and budget. The ACRN coordinator presented the work plan and budget for year 2019-2020, 2020-2021. The report was uploaded after being amended. From the discussion held after the presentation, the following was decided. ACRN should have a website different from that of IACO to host issues related to the research only. Team of research to draft projects be formed in order to seek funds under ACRN. ACRN should have MSc and PhD students working on various programs. The Secretariat was invited to prepare a list of member countries with outstanding areas to be circulated before the end of the meeting. And then point number 6, which was the AOB, due to upcoming retirement of the ACRN coordinator, the ACRN coordinating committee will interview candidates and submit the recruitment candidates to the General Assembly. The Secretary General precised that the Director of Research and Development is also the coordinator of ACRN. As no more issue was raised, the chairman indicated that all the items have been successfully addressed and thanks the participants and closed the meeting. So that's the end of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Celestine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard the report from the 2019 meeting. The floor is open for comments. You have a microphone.
you very much. My name is Arjama. My one point is to know from the time that the meeting happened, could we visit the actual point to see the implementation progress?
Okay, we'll come to that under matters arising.
Thank you very much.
But first of all, we want to know if the report reflects what took place to be adopted. Then we'll take the items and the matters arising, and then we'll deal with that. Okay, if we don't have any more comments coming up, could somebody indicate that the report is a reflection of what happened so it can be adopted? Yeah, somebody has to. Okay. Nancy has, we need somebody to second the motion. Okay, so anybody who would second Kenya's proposal? A number of countries were present, so could one of the other countries, okay, Congo, oh, Gabon, yeah, sorry. Gabon does second the motion. Thank you very much. So, adopted. Now we'll come to matters arising. So, Celestine, so we're going to pick the issues that were tabled and then see how far the Secretariat has gone on those issues. So given from number 3, presentation of the activity reports, item number 3. The first is the list of ACR and researchers in Africa and projects being undertaken should be shared to avoid duplication. What is the status of that? We want to know the status of all those items that have been listed here. So if you quickly take us through the status of each of those items.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Actually, most of these matters arising, they were going to come also under the activity report because some of these issues were also addressed during the implementation of the action plan, but still I can also maybe go through some of them.
All right.
For example, the list of ACRN researchers in Africa and the list of projects being undertaken should be shared to avoid duplication. So when we took office a year ago, so what we did was just to update the list of all coffee researchers in Africa. So the list was updated and it is all now available on IACO website. So this one was done. So the list was also of the projects, they are all available on the IACO website. So everybody can access the list. Yeah, and then the ACRN should provide a scientific technical support to researchers. So this will also come on what we have done on this issue under the activity report. The ACRN and IACO member countries produce more to cover their costs at the low prevailing international coffee prices in order to be able to intervene in the coffee pricing. So this one, it's a process, it's an ongoing activity. Then the resources are needed in Africa to increase production. So this one was a recommendation. The ACLN should also address the quality of products as an integral part of research. This one is also ongoing. And then among these are the management of insects and the diseases, pests, and post-handling. So I think these ones are just ongoing activities. The ACLN should address the diversification of coffee use issue by looking for the use of coffee in medical and pharmaceutical industries. I think this one was a recommendation. Nothing has been done yet on this, but it is something that we still consider. Varieties, processing, technologies, and management of plantation, application of fertilizers, and irrigation should be used to improve productivity and production. I think this one was also a recommendation that has to be implemented in the member countries. So as a solution, the cost of production, the hindrance to coffee production, economies of scale, improvement of quality value addition policies should be developed. There was also a recommendation. Financial support made available to finance research program to enhance technologies. The recommendation, the issue of sharing research results should be discussed at higher level policy. This was also a recommendation. So basically, there are some of the actions that we took that we are going to present in our activity report, and others were also recommendations that have to be considered and implemented in member countries. But of course, as IACO and doing also our coordination, we have to make a follow-up on that and make also a report. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Your face doesn't look very satisfied because it looks like some of the comments, it's how should it be done? I see that on your face, that how should it be done? And some of these things, as we know, IACO is not resourced to do specific activities, but sometimes just to gather the information and then share with member countries on some of these issues that were done. And that's basically what the Secretariat, which is supposed to coordinate some of these activities, can do, but not necessarily physically go down to the ground to do some things. But let me listen to your comments.
On point number 3, I have a French version, but I can. It's saying in French, les États membres d'IRECA et de l'OIAC doivent produire davantage pour couvrir leurs coûts par rapport aux bas prix internationaux du café, afin de pouvoir intervenir dans les prix du café. Cette recommandation me laisse un peu ambigu, parce que quand les prix sont au plus bas sur les marchés internationaux, on produit davantage. Si un producteur produit 10 kilos ou 100 kilos, et notre produit une tonne, si le prix est bas, je crois que la perte, ce n'est pas la unité de production, ce n'est pas le volume. Je crois que ça serait mieux d'élaborer plus, de voir comment mieux formuler, sinon il y a une petite confusion. Les prix sont bas, peut-être il faudrait analyser comment faire une analyse de risque de prix, une analyse de comment gérer la gestion des fluctuations de prix, mais seulement produire d'un coup comme ça, si le prix est en bas, je ne crois pas que ça constitue une solution en soi-même. Bon, je crois qu'il manque quelque chose pour cette recommandation, pour que ce soit bien compréhensible et que ce soit bien mise en application. Je vous remercie.
Yeah, I think I agree with your comments. It's not just production, but it's we are improving in productivity so that you can gain more per unit area and not just producing more, like in terms of expansion, or because adding to your cost is not going to help you, but being more efficient is where you're going to make gains. So I think the statement, like you said, is not well captured, and it should reflect on rather on the gains that you make on productivity gains and not on just increasing your outputs. So I think that should be clearly stated. Yeah, on the matters arising and what the Secretariat gave us, any more comments on the status?
Thank you, Chair. It's a small observation. When I was checking the list of researchers, I was curious to know what criteria did you use to choose those one to put on the list. Probably, if there is a gap, probably you can improve the list. So I have seen we don't have any. For example, for Rwanda, I didn't see any researcher about COP, but we have so many here. So what the criteria to choose those ones on the list? Thank you.
Okay, I remember that some years back, the Secretariat actually sent a request to all member countries to provide their researchers in coffee to the Secretariat. And that list was what was used, and it's supposed to be updated from time to time because people come in, people go out. So that was the basis. It was a request that went to the member countries. Member countries sent in the names, and these names are supposed to be revised from time to time. So that's how it was done. Any more comments? Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Celestine. Good to see you.
Yeah, hi.
I just didn't get the response on the past management on the matters arising. How is it going? Thank you.
Not here.
I think you had said that the status is that it's an ongoing activity.
Yes.
So if you could give us a bit of clarification as to
No, which specific one?
the ACRN should address the quality of products as an integral part of research. Among these are the management of pest and disease, the post-handling, that particular point. So if you can give us some clarification.
Yeah, I think, like I was saying, some of these, the progress of these activities are going to be given in the report of the activity. But basically, most of these activities are implemented in the member countries. So we have different issues in the different countries. Then when I come to the presentation, so I will just show you how what are the different challenges that we have in pest and disease management. But this is something that has to be implemented in the member countries of IACO and the ACRN. So it is specific to the country when we talk about pests and diseases. Yeah, but again, we have some serious pests and diseases depending on the country, or the specific country. For example, if we talk about Anthesia bug in Rwanda, you may find that in other countries, the big issue, maybe it's coffee berry borer. So when you talk about the coffee berry disease in Rwanda or Kenya or somewhere else, so when you go to some other countries, you find it is maybe coffee leaf rust. It is exactly something like that. But in general, we have some reports on the management of these issues, especially the scientific reports that need to be shared among the different coffee researchers to support the management of these pests and diseases.
All right, thank you, Celestine. Okay, any more questions, comments, suggestions? Okay, before we close this agenda, I would item number 4 in terms of the contributions from member countries. IACO, the ACRN has 21 member countries and only 5 are regularly supporting the activities of ACRN, and I think that is it is not very encouraging. If we really want the Secretariat to do a list of things that we have agreed that it should do, then we need to provide the necessary support. And the support that we need to provide is the resources that it would need to undertake its work. If not, it will be very difficult for us to question the Secretariat as to why things are not being done. We should know that IACO or ACRN belongs to us. We, the member countries, own it. And it is our obligation to ensure that something that we own runs properly. And the only way for that to happen is for us to do pay our contributions, honor our dues, so that things can be done. So we'll keep entreating that we get our capitals, we get our governments to actually pay these contributions. One of the reports, if you look at the arrears to ACRN, I think if we're able to collect that money, there's a lot that can be done for us. So please, let's take this contribution seriously and do the needful. Without any more hands up and any more comments coming up, I think we will bring this agenda item to a close. So the report of the 13 bilingual General Assembly is duly adopted. Thank you. So the Secretariat would, item number 4, presentation and adoption of the report of the Production Committee meeting held virtually in Accra in 2020, RD 05/20. So the Secretariat will run through on that for us.
So thank you, Chair. We had, during the AGA in Accra, we had a meeting on a production committee. For the production committee, it was held online from Accra. So the meeting of the production committee of IACO took place online on Thursday, the 10th November 2020, as part of the 2020 annual meeting under the chairmanship of Mr. Michael Ousmano, Acting Deputy Director, Monitoring and Evaluation Department at the Ghana Cocoa Board. So the following member states were represented: Burundi, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Republic of Guinea, Kenya, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Togo, and Uganda. After the adoption of the agenda, the Director of Research and Development presented 3 reports to the committee members for adoption. Point number 2, the presentation of adoption of the report of the production committee held during the 59th annual meeting in Nairobi. So before presenting the report of the production committee, the new director of the Department of Research and Development expressed his gratitude to IACO member states and to IACO General Secretariat for the trust placed in him for the position of the Director of Research and Development. He then presented the report and highlighted the recommendation of committee members in matters arising. The chair thanked him and opened the floor for comments and questions. In the absence of comments, the report was then adopted. So on point number 3, the presentation of DRD, the Director of Research and Development, 2019-2020 activity report. The DRD presented the activity report for the period of October 2019 to September 2020. He indicated that many of the planned field activities were not achieved due to the lockdown and travel restrictions for the COVID-19 pandemic. It was reported that the proceedings of the Scientific Coffee Conference held in Breville were edited and will be posted on the IACO website. Then the committee members resolved that activities not carried out during the 2019-2020 be rescheduled as part of 2020-2021 Coffee Year Work Plan. The report was adopted in the absence of comments. So number 4, the presentation of the 2020-2021 plan. So the DRD presented his 2020-2021 work plan and budget in 4 components as follows. The preparation and dissemination of scientific, technical, and reference information, the development and follow-up of research projects, coordination and support to research centers in member countries, and administrative support to IACO and representation of the organization at the meetings with the partners. So the delegates appreciated and supported that some meetings were planned to be held online to reschedule the budget by avoiding unnecessary expenses. So the chairman thanks the DRD for his elaborate presentation and reminded the committee members that the DRD is also the SCRN coordinator, that the scientific conference and the SCRN meeting are organized every 2 years on an alternative basis. The work plan and budget were therefore adopted as presented. And then point number 5 in the AOB, in the absence of any other business, the chair invited the SG for comments, who in turn thanked the chair, the honorable delegates, and expressed special thanks to the new DRD for the work. He also indicated that the budget presented would be included in the IACO 2020-2021 total budget. The budget of SRN was already approved in the last coffee year. The chair thanks the SG for his clarification, and then the meeting was closed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Celestine. Okay, the floor is open for comments before adoption of the report. Okay, so I don't see any hands up. So could we adopt the report? Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to so say something to adopt the report. All right, so in the absence of anything, then I think the report is deemed adopted. All right, thank you. Matters arising from this report. Okay, I would go to number 3, presentation of the activity reports. It was reported that the proceedings of the scientific conference held in Libreville were edited and will be posted on the IACO website. I just want to confirm if that has been done. Okay, so that has been done. I don't see any other activity that okay.
Thank you, Chair. I see on number 4, on 2020-2021 work plan, it was planned to prepare and disseminate of scientific, technical, and reference information. I would like to know how many scientific reports have been prepared, which way you use to disseminate so that the member state can easily access those reports. Another question I had, how do you partner with the member state if they need to conduct a research in a particular subject? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Celestine.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Alex, for the questions. So so far, the way we are using to disseminate some of this information from IACO, it is the IACO website. I think that's where we are posting most of this information. So we had a conference, a scientific conference that we had in 2018, was held in Gabon, Libreville. And then we had also a second, another scientific coffee conference, which was held last year in online from Accra. So we had different researchers from different African coffee producing countries, the IACO member countries, and the ACRN member countries as well. So they had different topics regarding the coffee production, including the selection, the breeding, the pests and disease management, so the quality, so different topics on the coffee value chain. So we published the books of abstracts for those different coffee scientific conference, and those books of abstracts, they are available on the IACO website. I'm sure they're there if you check. And we also publish the reports. Apart from the books of abstracts, we also publish the reports from those scientific conference. And those reports are also posted on the website so that they can be accessed by the member countries. But also, like you said, we also partner, and this is our plan, with the different member countries, the coffee researchers, to produce, for example, the brochures and the other disseminating materials, so that they can be available to the public, especially our farmers, for example. But these ones can also be printed and be disseminated to the farmers. But we have to partner with the member countries to do that. So the second question is we asked how we partner with the ASEAN member countries. So they are our member countries. So it is either we approach them or they approach us when there is something or new information that we want to share, or a project, for example, we want to work together. So they are our members. So the partnership is already there. So like we said, we have all the information of the coffee research institutes from the member countries. That's why we have to update every year the list of our coffee institutes, the list of our coffee researchers as well. And then we also have a platform where we meet and they discuss different issues regarding, for example, the researchers. And among those platforms, there are the conference, there are scientific conference, there are workshops, but there are also other platforms where we make sure we can be able, to interact and meet and discuss any matter regarding the coffee research and coffee production.
Merci beaucoup. D'abord, j'ai une observation sur l'article numéro 3, présentation du rapport d'activité pour l'année 2019-2020. J'ai vu qu'il y a les activités qui n'ont pas été réalisées dans l'année 2019-2020 à cause de la pandémie de COVID-19 et aussi à cause de la difficulté de l'accès sur l'information. D'abord, je voudrais savoir quel est le cas. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, vous pouvez nous dire brièvement s'il y a au moins une amélioration sur cet accès ou bien, et aussi si les effets de ces activités qui ont été peut-être mis dans l'année suivante. Est-ce qu'au moins vous avez un espoir que vous allez regagner ces activités? Merci.
Yeah, I think, thanks for this question and concern. Actually, during this period of 2019-2020, and even the 2020-2021 coffee years, as you all know, we had this issue of COVID pandemic, but the hope is there. So most of these activities that were not carried out, and they were important, we had to reschedule them, and they are going to be presented in the work plan that we have for 2021 and 2022. And like you said, we have a hope that now the COVID pandemic is going down. Most of the countries, people are vaccinated. So we really have a hope that things are going to be better than it was in the last years.
Okay. I don't hear any comments from this side of the room. Any comments from this side of the room? Okay, without any comments coming, so Report adopted. We'll go on to the next agenda item. So item number 5, presentation of ACR reports for October 2019 to 2021. Document RD 0221. So Celestine.
So we have a PowerPoint presentation, the cabin technique. Can you help us to put the presentation, please? The PowerPoint presentation, please. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this is the ACRN Coordinating Committee meeting, and it is also, like the chair said, the ACRN is the African Coffee Research Network. And the Coordinating Committee meeting is now together with the Production Committee for the IACO. So this is a report that we are going to present for, no, sorry. So the report that we're going to present, actually it is from 2019 to 2021. So when I took office as the director, the new director of research and coordinator of ACRN, that was in 1st September 2020. It's 1 year ago now. So I'm happy to participate for the first time the ACRN biennial meeting, because ACRN comes every time after 2 years. So like we said, the last one was in 2019 in Nairobi. So from the time I took office, I think this is now the first ACRN meeting I'm just attending. So the ACRN main goal is to revitalize and improve the research in order to enhance the productivity and the quality of the African coffee, with the key mission of promoting cooperation and exchange of information, scientific information and technologies among member countries. So when we are talking about information and technologies, we are also talking about, for example, sharing the varieties, the new varieties that are developed, the planting materials. And I think that's where here we also need to see how the member countries and their policies can be able to facilitate the sharing of these the materials, the planting materials, because it is still a challenge until now due to the different country policies. Yeah, encouraging the common research objectives to address constraints of African coffee production, establishing collaboration with the national and international institutes and coffee research organization, but also the other role of the ACRN is the resource mobilization to support the coffee research. That's also another role of ICO. So the ACRN annual meetings, next please. The ACRN annual meetings are convened, like you said before, every 2 years, and the last one was held in Nairobi in 2019. So during the IACO, the ACRN, the Nairobi meeting, it was decided to have the same meeting. I think we mentioned that, the ACRN coordinating committee meeting and the IACO production committee. So since the discussion matters are the same. And then the outline of the presentation we are going to have now. We are going to present the summary of the status of the coffee production in Africa. And then we are also going to have the reports of DRD, SCRN reports, 2019-2021, which is the document reference number RD02 and then 21. It is either E for English or F for French. And then we will have also the ACRN financial report, 2019-2021. It is the document number RD 04 and then 21. It is either E for English or F for French. And then we have the DRD ACRN action plan and the budget for 2021 and 2023, which is the document number RD 03 and then 21, either E or F for French. Now, for the status of the production of coffee in Africa, we used the IACO data for 2021. Here, we still have a challenge to collect the information from member countries. Still, we're supposed to use the information directly from the member countries instead of using the information from IACO. And this is a discussion that it has been there for a long time to see how we can facilitate the sharing of the information. So if you see the world production today, we have 175.6 million of bags, the bags of 60 kilograms. And then the Arabica constitutes 60%, and then the Robusta 40%. So Africa has 11%, almost 11% on the global production. And then the graph that you see there, it shows the different segments of the continent, how the production changes. So the most producing countries, they are from South America, basically, especially Brazil. And then in Asia, we have Vietnam. So in Africa, the first 10 producing countries, we have Ethiopia, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, Tanzania, Kenya, DR Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Cameroon, and then Guinea. So those are the countries that are producing the most coffee in Africa. But if you see, for the last, for example, 5 years, we have not had enough growth on the production due to the different challenges. And most of the challenges have been the low coffee prices and the farmers losing motivation to invest in the coffee plantations, for example, including the good agronomic practices and also the input use. I think all these challenges we all know. And then all the coffee plantations that we have. And then you have also the climate change issues. You have the pest and disease management issues, especially the Antestia bug for some countries, coffee berry borer, black twig borer, and then the leaf rust, and then the coffee berry disease. But there is also high of adequate lack of high yielding varieties that are also resistant to pests and diseases. I think these ones are big challenging. Plus the status that our African coffee industry, the most producers are the small holding farmers. So with all these different challenges, this has been affecting the production of coffee industry, and they remain stagnant. So now, if we go to the report of activities for 2019-2021, again, most of these challenges we have in the production, research has to play a key role to streamline them. So that's why on all these discussions we always have is to see how the research can be enhanced in order to be able to streamline some of these challenges of production. So the COVID lockdown and travel restrictions, we said it, has been affecting too much most of these activities that we had planned. But despite the COVID, we we're able to have some achievements that we are going to present now. And those achievements are grouped into 4 components. So the development and dissemination of
D'abord, la production des informations scientifiques,
documents, the development and follow-up of research projects, and then the coordination and support to research centers in the member countries. And then we also, as the Director of Research and Development, the Department of Research and Development, we do provide support to the IACO administration, but also representing IACO in the different forums. Now, when we come to the dissemination of this scientific and technical information and reference documents, so I think this one we also reported them before. So ACRN has 21 member countries out of 25 IACO member countries. So these countries were contacted to request information on coffee researchers and centers to update the database of IACO and ACRN. So we had a reply from the 18 countries that provided the information, and the update list of researchers is available. Actually, among those 18 countries, Rwanda is also there. So we have the list of the coffee researchers in Rwanda. I think the issue now might be with our website. If you check the website, and you don't see it there, but the list is there and available for 18 countries, and we have all the researchers. So there is no much criteria we use. It is we have the research programs for the different countries, and then all the researchers under that program, we get the list from them. So like we said also before, we have proceedings of abstracts for the ACRN conference held in Libreville 2018, and then Ghana in 2020. So these abstracts were edited, and then they are posted on the IACO website, but also the reports of these 2 conferences. Now, for the development and follow-up of research projects, so we, in IACO, in collaboration with the CABI and ICO, we have already 2 documents of the projects that we finalized and sent to the donors, and we're still waiting to get the funding. So what we have to do is just to continue make a follow-up and see if we can get funds from this these projects. But we also have our big project, the African Coffee Facility document, that was finalized and submitted to African Bank. So still we are waiting to receive this feedback. And then we have also a project called promoting domestic coffee consumption in Africa. So the director of the Department of Research and Development, they coordinate also the implementation of this project within the IACO member countries. So this project had different components. Under the first component, we had analytical studies for the coffee sector in the countries. So this study on the marketing were carried out in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, Zambia, Guinea, Conakry, Gabon, Central African Republic, Togo, in collaboration with CABI and ICO. So data have been collected and the report is being prepared. And then we have also another component, which is to support the national strategy for coffee roasting and domestic consumption. So the support was provided to Kenya, Ghana, Togo, Gabon, Rwanda, and Uganda for establishing mainly the coffee kiosk. But DR Congo received also the support to make a coffee campaign. And this one was made during the International Coffee Day last month. So already Kenya has established the 2 kiosks at 2 different universities, the Egerton University and the Kenyatta University. Togo kiosks were also launched, I think, last month. And then we have also some kiosks that are established here in Rwanda. And then in the different countries, we are still waiting for the reports as well. So in the same component of the project, we carried also training for the people who are in the coffee sector, especially the roasters. So we had one training in Gabon, Libreville, Gabon, and then we had also last month another training in Ghana, in collaboration with the Kesta of Gabon, and then in collaboration with also the Ghana Cocoa Board. And then we had under still this project for making awareness on the coffee consumption and especially on the coffee health. We are developing a video on the coffee and health, and that is going to be shared with the member countries as well. It will be both in English and then in French. So these are the pictures. Next, please. So these are the pictures. So the first one, for example, in the opening of the coffee kiosk in Kenya, and then we have the coffee kiosk in Togo, and then we have the trainings in Ghana, and then people receiving their certificates. So those are the activities under the project promoting the coffee consumption in Africa. So in terms of coordination and support to research centers in member countries, I think it's a question that was also asked for. So we participated in the 19th Accra conference from the 26th and the 30th April 2021. That took place in Lomé, Togo. So during the conference, the outcome of that conference actually was good because we had to discuss the collaboration between ACRAM. ACRAM is the agency of coffee Robusta for Africa and Madagascar that is based in Libreville, Gabon. And then we discussed how we can collaborate in terms of developing the coffee sector in Africa. So the partnership was discussed during this our meeting, but we also discussed with the ITC and requested their support, for example, in some of these activities that we have. And during the trainings that we had in Gabon and Ghana, ITC actually provided the support, especially by sponsoring the participants who came for these trainings. So this was a discussion that we had in this meeting in Togo, but we have another, we are just continuing the discussion to see if we can have a partnership for a long-term partnership with ITC and to see how we can be able to raise funds and support, for example, the coffee industry and especially research. But we participated also in the 28th conference of the Association for Science and the Information on Coffee, ASIC, that was held on Montpellier, France, from the 28th June to the 1st of July. So we participated in this and we presented a poster together with the researchers in Rwanda. But the other thing that we need also to support research, the IACO supported 13 coffee researchers from 5 member countries, 1 from Rwanda, 2 from Togo, 2 from Uganda, 3 from Cote d'Ivoire, and then 5 from Ethiopia to participate to the conference through the existing partnership that IACO has with the ASIC. So the conference was online, and the support was just provided for the researchers, the scientists, to be able to have access to this conference. And then we also participated in the World Coffee Producers Forum, and IACO had a role in this forum for addressing to address to the participants on the status of the coffee sector in Africa. And then we also participated in The Global Genetic Resources Workshop organized online by all the coffee researchers from the 13th to the 15th of July 2021. And then we co-organized a workshop with the CNRA. CNRA is the Centre National de Recherche Agronomique of Côte d'Ivoire. So we had a workshop with the CNRA where we discussed how we can strengthen the collaboration between CNRA and then IACO in terms of research. And then we also discussed on how we can share, because this center, they have developed different varieties on Robusta coffee. And what we discussed in how can we have those varieties being shared, for example, with other member countries. So this is a discussion that has to continue because it is not something that we can conclude once when we are talking about sharing of materials. And of course, we need also to have the support of the member countries on how these challenges of sharing materials can be streamlined. Because one of the objectives of ACRN is how to facilitate the exchange of information and the materials technologies within the member countries. So like we said before, we have also the 4th ACRN Scientific Conference that was held virtually on the 16th November 2020 from Accra, Ghana. And then we had also the different researchers presenting their progress on the different actions in the coffee research. And we had also different topics, including the pest management, the plant breeding, agronomy, the quality, and every country was presenting, every researcher was presenting what is the progress in terms of what they are doing. So it was recommended from the discussion to enhance the collaboration and information sharing between the coffee scientists in the IACO member countries, to enhance coffee research and innovation in the African IACO member countries. And then research should be oriented in a way to solve challenges faced by the coffee farmers. And then it was also recommended to strengthen the linkage between research and extension so as to facilitate the dissemination of the findings to the farmers. Because if you have those different technologies and then you keep them and then they are not in use, they can only be important when they go to the farmers. And the linkage between researchers and extension needs to be there. Now, on just to finish on the administrative support and representation of IACO. So the directorates of research and development participated in the different meetings, for example, with the SG in Abidjan, including the diplomats, and then the ministers, and then other organizations that were visited to share with them the vision, the new vision of IACO. So the Department of Research and Development participated on this. And then we had also other discussion for the partnership, including the CIRAD, and then including also the WCR. We had an MOU with the WCR, IACO, ACRN had an MOU with the WCR that we need to revamp, to renew, because it was there for a long time. So we participated in different discussions with the WCR to see how we can renew this MOU so that we can be able to strengthen research collaboration in Africa. And then we had also participation as a member in a Living Prosperous Income. This is the ICO technical work stream that is being implemented by the Sustainable Food Lab to see how we can close the gap for the living income within the member countries. So basically, in those 4 components, those are the different achievements that we had. But of course, like we said before, some of the activities that we could not achieve, they were rescheduled for this year that is going to come. So maybe before I go to the second point of the financial report, Chair, we can have comments from members on this report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Celestine, for the elaborate report that you've just given us. A few things that I've noted is, one is the contributions that we talked about, and then lack of data from member countries. It's quite a challenge that we are members of this organization, but we find it difficult to send the required data to the Secretariat for the Secretariat to do the necessary analysis that would come back to help us. I think we need to devise some appropriate means of dealing with this particular problem. Issues of low productivity, I think a lot has been said about that. Farmers' motivation, old farms, pest and disease issues. I think these issues have been dealt with, and then having enhanced varieties. Then the issue of climate change. And then you mentioned the promotion of cocoa consumption. Of coffee consumption. And while I sit here, yes, Ghana has been given the facility to do the kiosk. We've identified the location where it's going to be done. Ghana Cocoa Board has a clubhouse, and it's a very active place to the public. So we have requested for permission to have the kiosk within that premises. We're hoping that by the time we go back, I think the permit would have received information on that permission, and then we would start to work on that, on the kiosk. We've had a design and everything done. We are going to use that facility to promote Ghana coffee. Even as small as our coffee is, we still have quite some coffee in Ghana. And we have a number of processes, and all the processes, we have liaised with them. They're going to provide the coffee that would brew at this coffee kiosk. And then also, they can also bring their coffee, the packaged coffee, to be sold on their behalf in this coffee kiosk. We also want to use the same facility to educate people on coffee, because there are people in Ghana who don't have no idea about coffee, and they don't even know that in Ghana we even produce coffee. So this is a place where we're going to call the Ghana Coffee Hub. And in this premises, we would show people the stages of coffee, the value chain. So first we have dried coffee, the hot coffee, then the roasted coffee, and then the ground coffee, and the stages of all these stages will be so that people would understand the stages that coffee goes through before you have a drink or before it's used for other purposes. We have recommendations made, and how do we want really to achieve those recommendations? I think we need to have a discussion on how to achieve those recommendations, because we've said it, but then how do we get it done? I think we need to have a discussion on that, and then come up with ways and means that those can be done. So here I would open the floor for discussions, comments, suggestions from members.
So they recommended to have a separate website solely for research related matters. So I wanted to get some updates from the directorate, how far they are. Otherwise, we can't call ourselves that we are in research and development, yet we are very reluctant to share information or disseminate them. The second question is related to data availability from member countries. I wanted also the director to let us know how the means that are used to ask for information to member countries and any other ways he can recommend us to make sure that at African level, we have the most up-to-date data rather than relying on other sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think as regard the website creation, I think, yeah, the recommendation that came out was okay. We don't need to have an entire new website, but we should have a specific page linked to the current IACO website on the ACRN so that all the scientific activities would have its own section. So that was the recommendation, that the proposal that came up, and Celestine will have to give us an update on that. And then the updates on information on the website, as mentioned to, we are in 2021, the last update was 2018, that's what was reported. So we need to have an update on that. And then how do we get requests made on the data? So if there's any more questions, let's take them and then we'll answer them together. Okay, Celestine, then I think you can take them. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman. On the question that
you identify yourself, then you go on.
Sorry?
So identify yourself.
Okay.
For the record.
Jean-Marie Irakabaho. I work as a consultant expert in coffee sector in Rwanda. Thank you. So you asked the question how better we can implement the recommendations. So it's clear that as my Sandrine mentioned it, if we have an issue of collecting data, sending data from country to the secretariat, we have a weakness in communication or coordination or whatever, something needs to be done. My humble suggestion is that every country member could appoint a focal point or a desk in charge of that, and then who can be directly in communication with the secretariat. And briefly, I have when I looked at the goal of this Africa Coffee Research Network, I got the feeling that is focusing more on the productivity and the quality. I would like to request how better, because of the goal, how it is defined, it focus. There is a gap on some key area which are really on the page, like climate change, as the chairman mentioned, environment, biodiversity, that side of environment, ecosystems. There is also the coffee price risk management. Our researchers should bring solution to that problem of price volatility. They can advise us how better we can go for it, or get a clear picture. We need to know. If we don't know what it is difficult to address it, same as market access. Other point is that the director of research mentioned that very good point on linking research and extension. I would like to have more clarification on this, because of that way we have a big gap in many countries in Africa. Good researchers are done, but farmers do not benefit of it. How better is it being done so that producers can benefit. My last point is this department you are doing a really good job, but I would like to advise on to give a priority also in the term of technology transfer. It was mentioned briefly, but if a technology is working well in Ivory Coast, we do not need to go in the laboratory 6 months or 2 years in Rwanda. We need to transfer it on a coffee washing station or on a farm and implement it. It's just but this technology transfer could be quick, and there are so many technologies, even not from Africa only. We can source from even Latin America, and then it can be documented. And then this secretariat, our expectation could be to have a concrete guide or manual. It can be general, but really saying A, B, C, D, and then we can customize in different countries based on variety or even a local condition. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call on the Secretariat to take the comments from the two delegates.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and for the questions of Sandrine. Thanks, Sandrine, for the questions. Actually, when we for the website of research, it is there. I think you already said it. We have it on the IACO website. So there is a SCRN page, but I agree with Sandrine that it is it is poor. It does not have enough information. So most of these information, they are old. So now what we are doing, and we know we are aware of it. So what we are doing, and hopefully this year it's going to be possible, is how we can update. I mean, we are trying to see how we can get a consultant who can help us to review and to make the website very well, so that we can also update some of this information. It is only not updating, but we also want to improve or upgrade our website of IACO, because the way it is, we have seen that it has some gaps. So I think this is a good recommendation that we going to take note of it, and we have to work on this. So the website is there, even for research, but the information that is there, it is old, and maybe not also enough. Yeah, for the data availability, it's something that has been there for many years. So this is really a big challenge. I think every year when you have meetings like this, it is being discussed, but the implementation of the recommendation for the sharing of data from member countries, it has been a very big challenge. So what we are now trying to think as IACO now is to see how we can have different strategies. Because the way we've been doing now is writing to the countries, requesting the information. We have focal points actually in each country, especially the coffee boards. But when you write, you don't get the feedback, or the feedback comes late, and then it is only 1 or 2 countries that are going to provide the information. But now, when you want to take that information for the global, I mean, for Africa, the continent, then considering only 2 countries, it's not really representative. So that's why we always opt to go, for example, for the IACO, because there at least we can have the information for the different countries, though it would be better to have that information from the source. So now what we are thinking is to see how we can maybe thinking of different ways to see how we can collect the information from member countries. We have also been thinking of having, for example, a software that we can share with the member countries, so that every time when they update information on that software, then we can see the information from directly at IACO. So, but those are the different way of thinking and the strategies that we think will be able to help us to collect the data. So linkage, research, and extension, this is really important because when we have the technologies from research and they don't go out, and then it doesn't make, they are not in use. Because the researchers, the work they are doing will be more valuable when it is used by the farmers. Because the end user is the farmer who is producing the coffee. So now the linkage that is always needed. We have had, for example, when I was in research in Rwanda before, we had the different approach of having a participatory research. When there is, for example, a new variety that we are working on, when it is at the stage, maybe at advanced stage, and it's better to work with the farmers by having, for example, the on-farm trials, so that by the time the variety is out, at least it has already been known by the farmers, and it gets easier to get adopted and disseminated to the farmers. I think the participatory research would be a good way for having this linkage, for example, the extension and the research. For the technology transfer, and then the price risk management. I have no much comments on this one, but we took note of it. Yeah, but actually we have two different committees in IACO. We have the production committee, and then we have also the production committee together, which works together with the Department of Research and Development. But we have also the marketing committee, the member countries, that work together with the Directorate of Economic Affairs. And for example, in the next room, that's where we have this issue of marketing and price. But of course, as a value chain, it's a complex. It has to be together. So the issue of price risk management, productivity, production, quality, all of that, it has to lead to the income of the farmers. I think it's something that is complex, and everyone has to play a role in it. So I think basically those are the questions that you ask. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Celestine. Any more questions, comments, or suggestions?
Yes, good afternoon again. My suggestion is, when I see the composition of IACO, you see a lot of experts, researchers, and other composition. But I think what is lacking is a political structure that actually drive the wheel of action. You see, it doesn't matter how much conferences and meetings we hold as IACO, but as long as we do not have that political will to drive some of these suggestions to actions, we'll be deliberating year after year and nothing comes out of it. I can give you a simple example. Within Africa itself, we have a lot of protectionism. You have some African countries, in terms of research and development in their planting materials, they are far ahead. But if actually IACO was having that political will to have political leaders enforcing, cooperating with each other, we will have a lot of development. We have countries that do have now the draft variety of 1 year, 6 months. And that is leveraging the coffee sector and the coffee farmers in their various countries. If that is replicated in other parts of Africa, it's really going to be a very big development. So my suggestion is actually we try to enforce more political will. Maybe we have a steering committee where we have more politicians actually on the table discussing and making commitments to the coffee sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments. The political will issue has been tried in a number of times, and there's always been a deadlock because, like as we saw this morning, they were supposed to have the high-level discussion forum that was supposed to be actually our ministers in charge of our coffee sectors were supposed to participate, but then none of them was, they hardly could make it. So a lot of the work now falls on those of us who represent our countries here, that things that happen here, we should be able to find ways to take it up the political ladder in our countries and get things done. If not, it's very difficult to get our ministers to be sitting here with us throughout the meetings. So a lot of it falls on us. But yes, what you said too is very important, but a lot of it falls on us too, to ensure that what goes on here, we find ways and means to carry it up and then get things done. And more comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Emmanuel Ajimanjumo from Ghana. Mr. Chairman, I want further explanation on when you say data, what exactly are you looking for? And also, I think a comment was made earlier on. If we can get key members of the various countries to be held responsible for getting this information, but I want to know what exactly the data that we're looking for. And is it periodically? Is it a daily affair? How many, in the course of the year, what are the expectations? Basically, that's it. When it comes to coffee development, I think we can learn something also from cocoa. There are all three crops that most of the countries that are producing coffee are also into cocoa production. The challenge of getting political will is very important. I think we have to find a way to get our ministers to be actively involved in whatever that we are doing. But before we get them, let us look at how cocoa, we've been able to structure cocoa, and then we have gotten to this point, and see how best we can take one or two sort of from cocoa and see how we can use that to improve upon what we are doing with regards to coffee too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Celestine, you take the question on the data, what you was requested.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Actually, the data we've been requesting from the member countries, they are just data on production and then the productivity, then the cost of production for the countries. We requested the data on exports and the data on consumption, coffee consumption in the member countries. We know that there's some of the information that some member countries don't have, especially in the coffee consumption. But at least we know that you have information every year because there are reports for the coffee boards for the coffee production in each country. the exports, they are available, the production, productivity, and exports. So when we share, we write to the countries, we also put an annex on the formats and the way we want this data to be provided. But like I said before, I think we get hardly the reply from the countries. Even once a year could have been even better. But if we can be able to get, for example, the data every quarter, that will be ideal. But even for a year, the annual reports that you can get from the member countries, it is always difficult to get. So it's true, I think we have the focal points for each member countries. And then the issue maybe is the focal point has the decision, for example, on how this data can be shared with the IACO. But still, the focal point is the one who can be able to make a follow-up and see if those data, for example, from the coffee boards can be shared. So we have a list of our focal points, but when we write, we don't write to the coffee board, the focal points, we write to the heads of the coffee boards, and we inform our focal points to make a follow-up. Yeah, so I think that's the challenge that we have on getting the data, and it is not today. It is something that is there for many years, and definitely I think we have to think of it and see how we can be able to share this information. I think on the political wise, I think it's a good recommendation. I think during the high policy meeting that we had this morning, it was also mentioned, and I agree with you. If the policymakers are not taking this matter, I think it can't move fast. So this is really a recommendation that we have to consider. So for the data, I think maybe we can, if we can have a recommendation on how do you think we can do better to be able to get this data from the member countries. So the focal points are there. We know the data we have, we need. We share the format on how the data can come, but we don't get the feedback.
Well, we just have to keep reminding ourselves that IACO is for us, and we have to do what it takes to make it successful. When the request comes, we have to ensure that what is requested, we provide it to the best of what the information that we have available in the member countries. So liaison persons are there, as he said. They already have the liaison persons in most of the countries. So countries that you don't have contacts, if they have delegations here, talk to delegations and get new contacts. Make sure that reinforce the contacts that you have, and then get assurances that information requests going to them, they would act on it. And then deadlines too should be set when you say asking for information. And then there should be quite a bit of follow-ups. One of the best ways to follow ups is to make phone calls or travel. But since we don't pay our contributions, it becomes very difficult for the Secretariat to do those follow-ups. So it all comes back to us that we need to pay our contributions as well, so that even if they're supposed to be follow-ups, they can be done effectively. If we need to hold some online workshops to go through the format of how you want reports sent to you, like the formats that you have, I think those two should be encouraged, so that you have even an online workshop with all the members present, the liaison persons, and then you take them through how you want your report, you want your data sent, to ensure that they know how to fill the forms or update the formats, the templates, and then get them to you. So I think that's another suggestion that I would make, that if it is necessary, let's hold an online workshop, take the liaisons person through, and then teach them how you want the templates filled out, and then how regular you want them filled out. So that at least when you got to really move people to do things. So when we push, I think we'll get a bit done. And I think the same thing goes with all other requests that comes to member countries. It's not only for the data. List of scientists, ongoing research, anything, and all information that we need to do, I think, sent to the Secretariat. It all boils down to who is going to do it and how it's going to be done. So we need to help the Secretariat work for us. Thank you very much. Just looking through if there are any hands up. Okay, so without any hands showing up, I think we would adopt the report as given and thank the Secretariat for its hard work and providing the report as reflected in the discussions. Okay, so we'll go on to the next agenda item. It will be the presentation of the financial budget.
Next slide, please. PowerPoint presentation. Next slide. Again. Okay, no. Financial report, next slide. Yes, thank you. So this the SERN financial report for 2019-2021. So it's not going to be long. We're not going to take a long time. We don't have a lot of money, so there is no, it's not going to be a long report, so it's going to be very short. So the source of income of the SERN for the last 2 years has been the contribution of the member countries. So this is where we get money for the network. And then each member country pays an annual contribution of 2,000 USD. This is about 1,525 euro, so annually. So this is the annual contribution. So actually the aim of this report that we are going to give now is to see, to update on the members on the financial status of the network. That's the SERN. So we show the available amount in the bank that you have today, the expenses made 2020, 2021, and then the status of the contribution from the member countries, so that you can make for us advocacy to see how countries can pay. Next slide. Now, this is the money we have as the SERN. So like I said, when I took office last year in September, we had 33,200 euro in the account. So that's what we had. And then in this year, 2020, 2021, some countries paid their contributions. So we have Cameroon, DR Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Togo, and Uganda. And then the contribution that we collected for this year, 2020, 2021, is 26,760 euro. Now, when you add the money that we had in account in September 2020, and then the contribution for the year, 26,000, and then the expenses that we made during 2020, 2021. So the money that we have today at the ICRN is 58,475 euro. So this is the amount of money we have currently. And then the expenses that we had a total of 1,488 euro. Those are the expenses that we made last year. And then this was 10% contribution, this 10% used on the budget that we had planned for 14,870. Only on SCRN, because IACO's activities, you have three sources of money. You have the SCRN fund, you have the activities supported by IACO, and then you also have the activities supported under different projects. But specifically on SCRN, we had only 14,000 euro that we had planned for. So the expenses that we have in SCRN coordination office, we have a field visit, participation in the different meetings and workshops, organization of trainings and workshops, costs for developing research projects, proposals, purchase of materials, and equipment support to research in member countries. So most of the activities that we had planned, like we said before, the conferences, the meeting that we had to have, they were held online, and we could not make it. It was okay, it was good. We could not use that money that we had planned. For example, if you see the ASIC conference, there was a budget for that, for the support of the researchers to participate, and the SCRN coordination office participation as well. But this conference was held online. So that budget that we had planned for was not used, which was good in a way. And even other different activities, meetings, workshops, most of them were carried out online. So that's why if you see the way we use this budget, it was not much. Now, if you see the areas and the expected contribution that we have today, the non-paid contribution for 2020, 21, including the previous areas, we have 2,073,000 euro that we have in areas from the member countries. So this is equivalent to 179,580,000 francs CFA. So this money is in areas and needs to be collected from the member countries. So the contribution for this year alone that we're expecting is 32,000 euro. And given the way we see countries pay, we're expecting to cover 40% of this amount from the contributions. So in the meantime, the ACRN pleads with the member to do their best to clear the areas for the interest of strengthening our coffee research. And then if you see the different countries where we have areas, is Malawi, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Guinea, Tanzania, Nigeria, Burundi, Benin, Zimbabwe, Angola, Zambia, Sierra Leone, DR Congo. They have areas only for last year, and then Gabon as well. So let us hope that they are going to pay. So we need to make advocacy so that this money can be paid from the member countries. Yeah, budget estimate for 2021, 2022. So we are expecting to use this year 14,000 euro, almost 15,000 euro. This is almost 9,690,663 francs CFA. When you use the exchange rate of €1 to 655.9 francs CFA. So basically, I think this is the money we are going to use this year from SCRN alone, because like I said before, we have also IACO budget, and then we have also project to support the activities of the Department of Research and Development. So the budget that I'm presenting here is only specific to SCRN. Now, as conclusions, the network is together advocacy for requesting the members to pay their contribution. So we need to have strategies to mobilize the country on how they can pay. The Office of FCRN Coordination will continue working on raising funds from other sources. So apart from the contribution from the member countries, we have also the role of raising the funds from the donors through the projects that you have to write, so that you can be able at least to support the research. And then the ACRN office, we also want to be grateful to the countries that are paying regularly their contribution, because this is really a great contribution to the African coffee research. And we are requesting those countries to continue, and even others to also pay their contribution. So like I said before, during the presentation of my activity report, ASIC committee supported African coffee researchers to participate in a scientific conference. And this comes every 2 years, because ASIC is every 2 years. And we have been always having support from ASIC to our coffee researchers to participate in this important conference. And we are grateful for this. So I thank you very much. This is a financial report.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Celestine, for the report. It's quite elaborate. We've all heard where things stand, especially in terms of the arrears. I think we need to take a decision as to these arrears. So I think maybe we'll go delegation by delegation as to what has to be done about this area. So we'll start from the first table, Kenya. Kenya. Yeah, the arrears that was presented, we need to take a decision as to what to do about the arrears. So we want to go delegation by delegation, see what needs to be done, and we'd like to start from Kenya. Because we have 273,000 euros outstanding in arrears, and we want African Coffee Research to improve. And without these monies, there's very little that can be done, even in terms of the coordination. So we want to hear from every delegation what needs to be done on this arrears. So starting from Kenya. Okay.
Yeah, as Kenya, would really push for members to pay, but again, this is something we have always said, that members should pay for us to have a robust and a very strong IACO. The last 8 years was marked with a lot of challenges for the organization because they could not have sufficient funding. So my request to members is to make good do with their payments. Having said that, I think maybe arising out of this meeting, members should be given a last opportunity to make that payment, maybe through a writing, a declaration by this meeting, and then a letters written to the governments to clear the outstanding arrears, failure of which maybe then probably the members would be asked to stay out of the organization. It is better to know that there are only two left and see what you can do as two than to think that you have a multitude when you have nobody behind you. So I think it's time we make that decision. It's been over 10 years back and forth. I think it's time the organization make a decision and say, if you're not paying within this period, then you go out until we know who are there and who are not there. Thank you.
Okay, Ghana next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I really don't know where to start from, but to add to what my sister just said, we still have to talk to them. I want to believe that maybe those countries, the countries listed there, they are not here. I don't know whether we can also make it a bad debt so that we start from a clean slate. Because these things have been there over and over and over. And it appears the few countries who have been paying over the years, they are the same countries who are continuing. It all boils down to commitment. Commitment. Because the challenges that we are having, getting data is becoming difficult with all the support that we need to give to research and all that. We seem not to believe in what we are doing. Because if we are committed and we believe in what we are doing, we will certainly find money, and so that we'll have an active say in whatever is happening in the organization. Let us find out from the member countries, and then let us think through if it is possible to scrape the old debts, because some of them, they've been there for decades. If we can start again, because we need each other to build a strong organization. We need everyone. So let us find out what exactly their problems are. If they can be committed and dedicated to the cause for which we are all fighting for. Otherwise, it will be a yearly affair and we can never make any progress. Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Chairman. Je suis Ablédé Komlan, représentant du Togo. Au fait, le problème de paiement des arriérés, à mon avis, je crois que c'est un problème de manque de volonté de la part des pays membres. Parce que si vous voyez le montant qui est prévu pour le paiement annuel, je crois que c'est $2000 américains. Donc, si par exemple des pays qui sont actuellement membres de cette organisation, s'ils savent ce qu'ils gagnent réellement de cette organisation, je pense qu'ils doivent être normalement prêts à payer annuellement ces $2000. Maintenant, moi, je me pose la question à ce niveau. Ou bien, ils ne trouvent pas un intérêt particulier à faire partie de cette organisation, c'est pour ça qu'ils ne paient pas. Parce que pour pouvoir payer quelque chose, il faut se demander qu'est-ce que moi aussi je tire comme profit de cette organisation. Si je suis membre de l'organisation, qu'est-ce que je tire comme profit? Peut-être que le problème peut se trouver à ce niveau. J'ai pensé également à des sanctions, mais je pense que les sanctions ne peuvent pas nous profiter parce qu'il faudrait qu'on soit unis pour être beaucoup plus forts. Et donc, je pense qu'on doit pouvoir agir au niveau politique pour que les gens puissent avoir la réelle volonté de contribuer annuellement. J'ai vu les arriérés, c'est mouse par rapport aux énormes défis qui nous attendent dans l'organisation. Donc, il faudrait qu'on puisse plaider chacun à notre niveau, au niveau de nos organisations, de nos États, pour pouvoir expliquer le bien fondé de cette organisation, pour qu'au moins il y ait cette réelle volonté-là, pour qu'on puisse payer régulièrement ces $2000. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour. Alors, je suis Madame Bifane Kalis, je représente la délégation du Gabon. Avant de proposer des solutions pour le paiement à temps des contributions, j'aimerais présenter le cas du Gabon pour dire que le Gabon a toujours payé ses cotisations à temps. Sauf qu'il se trouve que depuis 2 ans, les procédures au niveau de la BEAC se sont renforcées. Je m'explique. Pour les sorties d'argent, donc des paiements à l'extérieur, qui dépassent un certain montant, nous avons une liasse documentaire qu'il faut fournir à la banque et ça alourdit la procédure de paiement. C'est ce qui se passe en ce moment avec le paiement de l'OIAC et du RECA que nous payons souvent en même temps. Bon, depuis quelque temps, nous avons fait intervenir le ministre de l'économie qui a dû faire une lettre pour que la banque comprenne, parce qu'en fait, nous sommes coincés au niveau du dernier accord qui est en cours de ratification. Parce que la banque, la BEAC, exige les documents qui prouvent que le Gabon est membre de l'OIAC et du RECA. Donc, nous avons expliqué que la procédure de ratification est encore en cours aux affaires étrangères et ça prend un certain temps. Et c'est ce qui nous bloque un peu au niveau de la cotisation de l'OIAC et du RECA. Donc, moi, je proposerais plutôt que l'OIAC et le RECA permettent certaines facilitations aux États membres dans lesquels les procédures sont compliquées. Par exemple, envoyer des courriers ou un document qui atteste effectivement l'appartenance en dehors de l'accord qui est encore en cours de ratification, vraiment que l'OIAC permet des facilitations de paiement pour ces pays membres-là, dans le cas où les procédures sont vraiment compliquées. C'est le cas du Gabon, où la BEAC exige vraiment des documents qui attestent l'appartenance du pays à l'OIAC. Pourtant, on sait bien que le pays est membre de l'OIAC depuis sa création, mais n'empêche que les procédures sont compliquées. Donc moi, je proposerais plutôt de faciliter justement les paiements dans certains pays membres où les procédures sont vraiment alourdies. Donc ça, c'est ma contribution. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a difficult one for me because Nigeria is actually one of the countries that have not paid up. And the reasons being that because of the poor price of coffee, interest in that sector have not really been the way it was. As of today, coffee does not really contribute much to our GDP. So a lot of interest in that sector went down, but Dr. Frederick visited Nigeria and was able to meet with the minister during his time, and I'm glad that Ambassador Solomon also came recently, and his visit has actually prompted a lot of political decisions with regards to our participation, full participation in IACO right now, because the Honorable Minister have given some directives with respect to some of these payments, and by the grace of God, we're working towards doing that. Hopefully, I want to believe that Nigeria will do the needful, hopefully, given the current situation. But however, I want to also stress that sometimes when we look at these things from our own side, when you put up memos for such payments to be made, what comes to the argument is always that what is Nigeria benefiting from IACO? for instance. So I want to align with what the delegate from Ghana was talking about. Sometimes we don't just say because a country is not contributing at the moment, the country should be cut off from benefiting from the activities of an international organizations such as this. Because one of the key reasons why, one of the key points that Ambassador Solomon used to when he was talking to my honorable minister was the issue of the domestic consumption of coffee in Africa. I'll recall that in Ethiopia, Nigeria was one of the selected countries for the pilot phase of the program. Even and Kabi was also in Nigeria for the research that they talked about earlier on, even though we have not seen much of those activities. But I want just to believe that going forward, we should try as much as possible to carry every country along, irrespective of whether they're paid up or not. Because ultimately, if they see some of the benefits, if they see the benefits that they're getting from this kind of international organization, they will definitely want to pay up. So like in the case of Nigeria, we've gotten directives to do the needful. So we've started the process, and hopefully we'll do what we need to do.
Bon après-midi, c'est M. Moulumba Wakasongo, directeur de l'Office national des produits agricoles du Congo RDC. Et devant vous, nous sommes très contents de constater que la RDC était parmi les pays les plus endettés pour l'organisation, mais nous avons fourni des efforts pour que nous puissions diminuer notre dette. Et aujourd'hui, je pense que j'adhère à l'idée de mes prédécesseurs qui ont dit qu'il ne fallait pas exclure les gens. Mais nous qui sommes ici présents, nous avons le devoir d'aller sensibiliser le gouvernement de nos pays pour que nous puissions nous acquitter de tout ce que nous avons comme arriéré de dettes. Je dis et je vous remercie.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Munyaneza from Rwanda. As Rwanda, we don't have areas, but we still commit to contribute as much as we can. Again, we highlight that country members should contribute, but again, we have to be convinced, because sometimes those political figures, most of the time, they question us as technical or people saying, why are you paying that? So we have to come up with innovative ideas to show those politicians that it is really a need, even high need, to make sure this variation can go forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, which other countries present? Yes, please.
Yes, good afternoon again. For Sierra Leone, actually, we have been working to pay the balance that is left for IACO. But the difficult situation has been actually, as executive chairman of the Produce Monitoring Board, you actually have to look at why am I actually presenting this debt to be paid to the Budget Bureau? Because when you look at the yearly income, for the past years, coffee has not brought anything to the national basket. And it is not just like ordering payment. but it's actually to justify why you are paying. But I think we have got over that as a country. Some of these liabilities we have presented in our budget this year, and hopefully we might be able to settle some of these areas.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Any other country present that hasn't commented? So far, we have 8 countries that have commented. Any other country present? Okay, so to summarize some of the comments that came from the floor is to let countries know why or the benefits that they stand to gain as members of the organization. And that would help them make that decision as to pay. And this comes with some form of sensitization and some convincing. Kenya said we should issue a communique to all member countries. And another suggestion from Ghana is that, is it possible to write this off as a bad debt? That would have to go to the board of directors to make that decision. But I think in summary, we can issue a communique, and in that communique, let countries know what they stand to gain as members of ACRN and as members of IACO. And this should be very convincing, and it should be something justifying why they still should stay as members. Because one of the consensus that comes is that nobody should be kicked out. Everybody should be retained as a member. But that we need to justify to them why they should be members by telling them what the benefits they stand to gain. So I think that the communique should come out clearly stating the benefits the countries stand to gain, and then convincing them that they should pay their contributions. As to the bad debt, would take it up to the board of directors, and then I think a decision has to be made. But before we go there, would we all agree that the proposal as a bad debt should be included going to the next level? I think I want us to clarify that, which means that all arrears are going to be written off, and we're all going to start on a clean slate from zero. That would make it easy for countries that have huge debts to now maybe bring them back into the membership, because somebody looks at the contribution for the last 20 years, they've not paid. The person in charge of commodities now hasn't got a history of why they didn't pay. It becomes very difficult for them to decide to pay. So we need to find out, do we bring that proposal in of writing off the arrears? Do we bring that as a proposal? Comments, please.
To my view, I think it's good that it's written as bad debt and written off, because it's a difficult one. If, for instance, in my circumstances, when you look at how this debt has been accumulated, how do I now process it now to start to pay all these things. So as long as it is so much huge now, it now becomes a matter of what do I pay? Do I pay for this year or just leave the debt pack stall like that? So it makes a lot of sense to start on a clean sheet and then allow those of us who are now in office to be able to spearhead this payment yearly. That's my suggestion.
All right, thank you, well noted.
I'm of the contrary opinion. We cannot actually write over debt like that. What happens then to the countries who have been paying all that while? I think the best way would be to freeze for now. And then the countries that are willing to pay can give a proposal on how they want to. We are not telling you to bring all of it today. Give us a proposal. Start from a clean slate from yourself, saying, from this year, we are not going to be late. But the past debt, this is how we are going to pay. You can give a proposal or maybe spread it over 5 years, spread it over how many years, and just give a proposal and pay. But we cannot write it. We cannot write it. No, we have probably freeze it for now, and then you give the proposal on how you intend to clear that debt, because it is a debt. Whatever the case, it's a debt because over the same period, some countries continue to make their own contributions. And if you write it off, it means then maybe then those who have been paying should get a refund so that we all start from a clean slate. Thank you.
Okay, Nigeria, please. Then after that, Gabon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if the areas can be written off, so that we can start on a clean slate. Let me use my country as an example. We have not benefited anything from this organization for a very, very long time, and even the inclusion of Nigeria in the domestic coffee consumption project, nothing has happened in my country. You know, so how do you convince? How do you continue to write and write and write to try to convince? Most of the countries that have been paying have been benefiting in one way or the other. A lot of them have been benefiting from projects, information sharing, and the rest of them. So it's not as if it's not if anybody is being shortchanged here. I think it would be a win-win situation. For me, I think moving forward, if we can have more contributions moving forward, it would be in the best interest of this organization than insisting on people must pay areas which they may never pay. That's just my own thought.
Just a minute. Remember that we all signatories to an agreement, and the agreement clearly states that you honor your contributions now. Even if you want to leave the organization, you have outstanding, you have to pay before you leave. So there is a clause in our agreement that states that you need to pay your payments, contributions. But no, Gabon before you, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, c'est Madame Bifane, représentante de la délégation du Gabon. Moi, je pense, à mon humble avis, annuler les arriérés, ce serait une façon de ne pas encourager les autres pays membres qui font l'effort de cotiser. Ce que nous pouvons faire, c'est de mettre en place peut-être des moyens de paiement, peut-être fractionner les paiements, que chaque pays membre montre sa volonté de payer ses contributions, et comme ça au moins l'organisation est gagnante parce que les contributions, c'est la base, c'est ce qui fait fonctionner l'organisation. Si nous nous mettons à annuler à chaque fois les arriérés, je pense que nous n'allons pas beaucoup avancer. C'est ma contribution.
Yes, good afternoon again. You see, I am actually not trying to advance arguments because it will be very difficult for Sierra Leone to pay. But I just want to bring realistic situations. If you take the last 5 years in Sierra Leone, I wonder if we have actually exported up to 500 tons of coffee. And to my understanding, most of these contributions had been calculated in the past per volume of how much we export at international markets, right? And the proceeds that return to a country, that is how we are, in that light, paying to IACO for market informations and other things. But this has not been happening. But it is still good to maintain an institution like this, an organization like this in Africa, so that together we can all foster coffee consumption in Africa and also be able to work together to see how we can develop and upgrade the price. It is not about countries competing which one has actually paid. We might advance argument that maybe those who have paid are those who have been in making use of the market and getting market information, upgrading the sales of coffee in their country, and adding greatly to their national budget. That is the reason why they have been very, very particular and conscious in paying. But this has not been the case of Sierra Leone. Now, moving forward, trying to see how best we advance coffee value chain in Africa, I think it makes a lot of sense to say, okay, those debts that has been recorded, I cannot even attest how they were, right? We write it off and then start a clean page and see how those of us who are in office now, who has the value of us coming together as an organization and pushing IACO to lead the value chain development in the coffee sector. Now we'll be ready to advance those cases to our national budget and including them in the yearly budget to pay. I think that makes a lot of sense to me than actually resisting, holding on the idea that I have paid as country A, therefore it is incumbent on country B to pay. I don't see any development in that, and I don't see us moving forward.
Okay, comments have been made, but I'll make the first point of reference is the IACO agreement. Is what we need to look at. And per the IACO agreement, if you owe, you pay. You don't write it off per the IACO agreement. And we've signed on to it. And signing on to it means that we have to honor that obligation. Whether we inherited it or whichever way, that is the agreement. So we don't need to contravene an agreement that we have signed onto. And that's the first point that I would like to make. The other thing is, if we start writing off debts, going forward, what happens? That means it will encourage other countries to owe costs to be written off. We are setting up some precedents that might, in the long run, not be fair to us. So I would conclude this way. We'll have the communique explaining clearly the benefits that member countries need to get, would gain from being members of the ACRN and IACO. It should be clearly defined. and member countries given the option to have a payment plan for the arrears. But first of all, insisting that what the current payment should be paid. The other thing that has in mind is that to make it easy, do we give a grace period to start payment, or we start payment immediately? That means the arrears. Because we have to be fair to those who have paid. And like Sierra Leone, let me give you the case of Ghana, for example. Ghana has not done any coffee exports for the last 5 years, but we are still paying. Virtually no exports of coffee from Ghana in the last 5 years. Almost every coffee Ghana is the smallest producer of coffee in Africa, and the small quantities producer is consumed locally. So virtually there's no exports. But that doesn't mean that we do not honor our obligation, because for ACRN, it's not based on your output. It's a $2,000 fixed amount for every country to be members of ACRN. So it has nothing to do with your production when we talk about for ACRN. So that's the point that I just need to make clear. It used to be, I think, $1,000. Is what? Ghana is big for coffee. No. Yes, please. We need to.
We have all met here because we believe in something. Like Mr. Chairman said, 5 years is even more than even 5 years. We have never exported coffee, but we are committed to the cause. That is why every year we do the payment. This is an organization for Africa. It's all about commitment and dedication. If we know where we want to go, we will sacrifice to get there. But not until we begin to look at things that way. You see, I suggested this because I still believe that we need each other. How do we make progress? Well, the clause says that I didn't know until he said it. I have not read it. So it means that it's a no-go area. But the point that I want to make is that if we really want to make this organization strong for the future of our children and our children's children, then there's the need to be committed now, so that when we are gone, it will still stay there, so that we can add value to coffee. We can increase our production, consume, and then also sell, so that we can compete with the world. Otherwise, we will fizzle out with time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You see, I actually believe that the formation of any organization is based on objectives. And I was not there when IACO was formed and when Sierra Leone became a member. But I really want to believe that Sierra Leone became a member because of certain objective that is embedded in that agreement, which has the same clause that members should pay their dues and their contributions. So I don't want also relate too much to what has been in the agreement. Equally, you also go into the agreement and find what are the benefits of member states. And you start to look from the formation of IACO, since its inception up to this time, what has been the benefits? What has been the enduring benefits that a country like Sierra Leone can actually identify or pinpoint that this is the reason why I joined IACO. Ghana is not producing coffee, but the benefit of Ghana IACO and Ghana is so interrelated that in Sierra Leone, I wonder when last an IACO official has visited Sierra Leone. I really wonder. I really even wonder, as executive chairman of the Produce Monitoring Board Sierra Leone, for the past 4 years, what have I actually, in my sense of imagination, really got that this is what has so much importance that has come from IACO? I don't want us to go into the relics. I just want us to discuss as an organization that is serving the proposal of what is in our mind for Africa. But let us don't go into its legalities, and let us don't try to pinpoint what has been embedded in that agreement. If that is the case, I think countries like Sierra Leone will say, no, I have not been treated fairly. I have not got the share. I have no reason to be in IACO. But let us don't go into that. Let's be actually very simplistic and look at it from an African point of view, from the brotherly point of view, and see how we are forging out this thing. Maybe for Sierra Leone, I am not saying other country, when I receive your mail, I'll have to write IACO, responding to any mail that is sent. We are not against the payment of any area. I don't even know, but when I go back, I will try to let the bills come before my table. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the points made. I think time is far gone, and we'll have to move forward. So I think this point is well concluded. I think, on the other hand, countries can engage the Secretariat on a one-to-one basis in terms of negotiating how to do the payments, so which will make it easier. So we can include that in the communique. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll do the last agenda item, which is the presentation of the work plan for 2021 to 2023.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe for the sake of gaining time, because we still have the other session for the ACRN General Assembly, the work plan for 2021-2022 and the 2022-2023. So it's a document, RRD/0321, and then E or F, depending on the language. So we had shared this document with the member countries. Some of them gave us feedback and gave comments that we incorporated while preparing the final document. So our the activity for the coming 2 years for the ACRN, they are still grouped into 4 components: the preparation and dissemination of scientific, technical, and reference information, development and follow-up research projects, coordination and support to research centers in member countries, and then we have also the administrative representation of IACO. So these the activities that you have, they are going to be implemented in collaboration with the member countries. And then we have also presented the budget for those different activities under these 4 components. So we have the budget for 2021-2022, and then 2022-2023. So on the ACRN, we have for the 2021-2022 38,583 euro, while in 2022-2021 we have a budget of total budget of 57,475 euro. So those are for the 2 years. But when you consider only this year that we are starting, 2021-2022, for the 4 components of activities that I said before. So under IACO, we have 10,718 euro. Under the projects, because I said we have also some projects supporting the activities, 13,063 euro. And then ACRN, like I presented before, this year we have 14,808 euro. And then the total for this, it's 38,583 euro. So the 38,583 euro, the source of fundings are going to be IACO project and ACRN according to the different amount of money for each source that we presented. So this is the budget that you have for the different activities that we are going to have. And of course, we also have the timeline in the different quarters for the coming 2 years for each activity when we are going to carry it out. So I thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Celestine. I open the floor for comments on the work plan. Well, it seems everybody is satisfied with the work plan presented for the next 2 years. So in that vein, we can deem it adopted. All right, thank you. So work plan adopted. We have another set of so we'll go to the ACRN General Assembly. We'll continue with the ACRN General Assembly, which is going to be a very short one. And we have the draft agenda presented in document ACRN 0121. So we have 3 items: the adoption of the draft agenda, presentation and adoption of the report of the ACRN General Assembly held in Nairobi, Kenya, and then any other business. Are there any comments on the draft agenda? Okay. Could somebody move for the adoption of the draft agenda, please? Okay, Kenya moves for the adoption of the draft agenda. And a seconder, please. Okay, Sierra Leone seconds. So draft agenda adopted as presented. Thank you. So the next item is the presentation and adoption of the report of the ACRN General Assembly held in Kenya. Document number ACRN 13GA19. And we'll call upon the Secretariat to present it to us, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we had the General Assembly meeting of ACRN in Nairobi on 25th November 2019. The Biennial General Assembly of ACRN of Inter-African Coffee took place as a part of IACO 2019 annual meetings at Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi, Republic of Kenya, under the chairmanship of Mr. Michael Ausmano from Ghana. The following member states were represented: Burundi, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Republic of Guinea, Kenya, Nigeria, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Togo, and Uganda. So after adoption of the agenda as presented, the Director of Research and Development presented the report of the 12th ACRN Biennial General Assembly held in Grand-Bassam, Cote d'Ivoire in February 2018, which was adopted as presented, as well as the oral report of the coordinating committee without any question or comments raised. So the Biennial General Assembly decided that the report be circulated to the delegates on soft version, and the following recommendations were made: to make available an updated list of researchers by country and then by research theme, set pricing terms for African coffee and build African capacity to negotiate the prices, increase African supplies 10% to influence price decision in the global market, and then finding fundings for research activities, create a coffee research center of excellence, pay contributions as quickly as possible to allow smooth operation of research, identify the form of support that ACRN can provide to member countries, communicate the different ACRN meetings to the member states, find common research or project theme for countries and their source of funding, and then host ACRN website on the IACO website. So as no more matters or questions were raised, the chair thanked the delegates for the active participation and closed the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Celestine. The report has been presented, and first of all, it needs to be adopted, and then we'll look at matters arising. So, are there any comments, suggestions, or questions before we adopt the report? All right, not see any flags or hands up. I think everybody is okay with the report, and therefore report is deemed adopted. As to the recommendations, two that were made, the set prices of price terms for African coffee and build Africa's capacity to negotiate prices. I think this is something that, even though it was discussed, recommended under ACRN, that this is something that the market committee should really take up. And even the next one is also to influence pricing decisions. Also, those two items should be referred to the market committee to take them up, because since that is under their, that's part of their objectives. So I will recommend that those two should be referred to the market committee for further deliberation and action. As to pay contributions as quickly as possible to allow smooth operations of the research, identify the forms of support that ACRN can provide to member countries, and communicate the different ACRN meetings to member countries, and then find common research and project themes for countries and their source of funding. I think these four items, I would say that under the arrears, when we were discussing the issue on the arrears, these issues came up under those items by communicating to member countries what they stand to gain from ACRN, and that would mean that what activity that ACRN does, the benefit to member countries, research projects that can be done. So also that those four items have been dealt with under the ACRN. The website issue 2 was cleared in the previous discussions. So as regard going forward, what I also would like to suggest is that I think as much as we make recommendations, what actions have to be taken? I think we are not very clear on that in our own reports. I don't know whether you agree with me. We don't really say like what specific activity action has to be taken by whom. So I think going forward in our report, we need to be a bit more clear on, because if we say make available an update list of researchers by country, how it should be done, I think we should be very clear on that, so that the next time we are reading our report, that we know that we said this, it had to be done this way. Has it been done? If not, why? But if we leave it that open, it becomes a little bit too vague. So that's my proposal, and I don't know if you would agree with me. I want to know if you agree with me at least. Okay, all right. So Secretariat, please should take note that going forward, whenever you make a recommendation, any recommendation that is made should come with the action that has to be taken, how it's supposed to be done, so that we can always make that comparison. Are there any other comments or observations? Yes, please.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair. When you was talking about the activity plan, because I have a French version, it took me longer to reflect the discussion. I got a feeling that if you look at the coffee sector in Africa, there is a way the research and the development of this organization can contribute to have a protocol or guide on the sustainable coffee production. I give an example. When you look at the different countries on coffee crop fertilization, I don't have a feeling that we are doing better. Because of we put a formula of NPK, we press sulfur, but really we don't touch well the nutrient need of the crop. Sometimes we are not sure if the nutrients we are supplying are really the nutrients that the coffee crop need. As we did two examples. We did some trace elements like magnesium, manganese. They are preventing a coffee tree to lose flowers during flowering. But we are not supplying it, and we don't know in the soil if they are available. I give an example this morning about iron element. Is one of even molybdenum are influencing the coffee profile of the coffee taste. So, but I'm not have a good feeling that we are doing better. So if this research program can help us to have just a protocol or guide on coffee fertilization, saying the Arabica coffee variety nutrient need is this and this and this, and then guide the local technical committees how to assess. We can go by maybe a soil map to know what it is in the soil, and then have an appropriate and adequate and sustainable fertilization program to have a better quality and to link it to the quality, that the density, size of bean, the testing, even some more requirement to access sustainable market like rainforest or organic market where is possible. even for IPM, integrated pest management, for coffee berbora and testia, whatever, it can be helpful to have that guide, that protocol, even if general, which we can customize by country based on the reality of the country. And the other requirement could be how to link it to along the value chain. Because of what we apply on land, the quality of cherries we are harvesting, already that quality will influence the access to a specific market. Marketing must be interlinked. How better, you can advise, Mr. Chairman, how better lead this research development, those researchers who are committed to help us, how better they can bring solution to that big gap. Thank you.
You want to comment on that?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, for the comment and the recommendation. Yeah, actually, we already, I think we have information on these coffee cultivation being Arabica and Robusta. So one of the information that I said we need to produce and disseminate is some of the information that you're talking about. For example, for the manual of cultivation of these coffee crops, Arabica or Robusta. So what the plant needs in terms of fertilization, in terms of, from the preparation of the seeds and seedlings, the level of harvesting. So the cultivation manual, I think it's something that we need to prepare again. It is there, but we can update and share with the farmers in collaboration with the countries, the coffee boards, the coffee research centers in the countries, because the cultivation of Arabica, the requirements for the tree might be the same because it is the variety, the Arabica, but of course, some specific varieties. But again, for the implementation on what you need to give to the plant in terms of soil, things like that, then that can become specific to that country or to that area where the coffee is produced. For Arabica, for example, we say it needs 100 grams of NPK. That's general. But if you go to Uganda, and depending on the soil, or Rwanda, or somewhere else, you may find that recommendation, you need to add something in the soil, because in the soil there's something that is already there, based on these soil research studies, analysis that is made. I know that in Rwanda we had one soil and leaf analysis that made a recommendation on what the fertilizer program needs to be done in Rwanda. That has been, I think, since 29 or 28. And that's the one that we are using until now. Maybe today it needs to be updated because what was the soil during that time is not the same as this one. So it is a good recommendation that you are giving. I think we can consider that in collaboration with the member countries, the coffee researchers, we can do something. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think from what you said, I would think that if we know the research activities taking place in the member countries, because what you're saying, maybe the work is being done in a country already, or has just been completed. If it has been done, or is being done, where information can be shared, then that is it. Rather than, so I think that is where we need to take it from. What are the activities that are going on in countries? And it is part of the activities that the secretary is already supposed to do. Give us the list of research activities ongoing in countries, or maybe the recent ones too that have taken place. If they can do that, then we'll know where the gaps are and then what needs to be done to fill in. So I think that we should encourage the Secretariat to do that activity that has been on this table for the last 2 years. And then we can see where the gaps are, then we can fill in the gaps, and then I'm sure that will be taken care of. Well, if it's not there, then we know it's a gap and then see what can be done. Okay. Okay, other matters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of any other matters, I would like to thank you all for your participation in the ACRN coordination meetings. It's taken quite a lot of time, but I think it's been worth it. So I would wish you a good evening, and I would hand over to the Secretariat if they have any announcements to be made.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for your time for chairing this session, this meeting as well. So we don't have much announcement, but for the researchers who are here, we are preparing the ACRN Scientific Conference that is going to take place in November 2022. And there are researchers who make presentations, and that's where I also get progress on what are activities, research activities in each country member of ACRN. But sometimes we also invite the coffee researchers even outside of Africa to share the information on the coffee research. So this conference is going to happen in November 2022, but we do make the preparation during this year to receive the abstracts from researchers and then to plan for the conference. So we will write to all researchers in the member countries, and we expect to get the feedback for researchers. We need more participation. It's a good platform where we share the information from different countries, and then each one can see what is happening to each country, like matters we've been discussing in this meeting. So that's the information that I can just give, but still we'll be in touch with the coffee researchers. And then after here, I think we have a dinner today. So I just wish you a nice dinner. Thank you, and have a nice evening.